Into my Escalade, tell them boys I'm not afraid. Now let me welcome everybody to the Wild Wild West. Until I see the sun. Now let me welcome everybody to the Wild Wild West. Escalade on green Cadillac lead. Fame in the West.
Where I'm from.
I'm thugging in the club until I see the sun.
Alright, it's 6:30, everyone. And we are here. We made it. I appreciate everyone being here. We're not going to be getting on the phone until about 6:50. It's because I got a little bit of intro work I need to do. Make sure we talk about everything that needs to be discussed before we get started. Hopefully everybody's getting settled in, got popcorn, and ready for tonight, because we're not only going to discuss, we have the Awakened Cincinnatians law guy that's going to come on and talk about people's reassurances that they will not be arrested at the event in December. And we're going to talk about the different groups that we want to have come out. We're going to have the ladies call in tonight. And ladies, you will be the ones we will take first. You get privy over the other callers. Ladies first, but if anybody has paid attention to what happened in Columbus on the 5th of November, they know that when the State Highway Patrol came out and started roughing everybody up, that consequently most of our women took the brunt of the abuse and things, and being ragdolled and shoved and stuff. Now, there were some guys that, a couple of them that got it pretty rough. Don't want to forget about those guys. Definitely want to hear from them as well. We want to hear from everybody who was touched, assaulted, ragdolled, shoved. We want to hear everybody's voices, and we want you guys to have a place to be able to let your voice be heard. We got a lot of folks listening tonight. We have help from Canada. We have help from Italy. We have help from Nova Scotia up in Canada. We have Montreal, Quebec. We have across the nation people out in Oregon, Florida, New York tonight. Thank you to everybody. I know there's folks from all around. I know I didn't mention Germany, England, because London had it so bad. We talked to some of the people out in London and have decided to work with them on maybe paying a little bit of extra attention to some of the offenders that wanted to treat their people, their countrymen and women, in a less than human manner. Columbus, Ohio was billed as the safe place to go for this Million Mask March. And
we need to get talk show going. People are asking about it.
Okay, yeah, we won't be doing talk show. We won't be doing the phone conference. We'll start at 6:50. We won't start until then, 6:50. Thank you for that. Mm-hmm. So, and the reason is just because we want to do intros and things. So we're working with the different groups, and we'll talk about some of them, some of the different people that want to come out, and have said after watching the videos they'll definitely be here. From alternative media to different non-sex to even possibly the Libertarian Party. And I will also be talking with Dr. Christian to see if they'll come out. And then the guys over at ABF, the guys and gals over there, they have the Stop the Violence t-shirts, and we think that's most appropriate. So maybe we'll have them come out, and if they come out, we'll have them bring their shirts, and everyone can buy a shirt from them and help them out. They're another small group that started here in Ohio pretty recently, and we try to support each other. So now, on top of all of that, we will also be releasing screenshots of a white supremacy KKK page. And it seemed like this one was one they were using for a lot of different groups. It wasn't just KKK. Apparently there are all kinds of freaking groups out there that want to hate. They're really big into it. So we got a bunch of screenshots that haven't been released. A lot of this comes from Op KKK. They thought that we were virtuous enough to maybe spread some of the info. And I'll let you know now, there is one in particular that has a phone number on it, and we may be calling that individual live tonight to see we're not sure how we're going to do it with the phone conference on the one line, and we may have to do it electronically somehow. But if we can't, that's okay, because it'll be plastered up there on the screen for everyone to see, and all of you can call him. So the men and women alike that were on that page will be exposed here tonight, and any of the Op KKK screenshots that don't make it up on the live stream tonight will be plastered all over. Well, I mean, if you guys want them, let me know. I'm sitting on a whole bunch right now, so we'll get them out by whatever means you need, and we'll make it the easiest and most comprehensive for everyone. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys letting us, guys and gals, letting us release those photos here. I've gone through them, and there's a lot of worthy information. These guys were taking pictures of the inside of their homes, showing their Nazi flags and all kinds of stuff. So, we'll be able to look into the homes of some really hateful folks. And I'm going to warn you, a lot of these screenshots, look, it's offensive. It's offensive, okay? But here's the deal. Here's the reason why, another reason that happened tonight. The Ku Klux Klan decided to threaten us and said they were going to do a counter protest. They threatened to shoot one of the guys. I hope he calls in tonight. They threatened to shoot him with a sniper rifle from a distance. They said they were going to come and take our masks off. They told us to expect them, and so nothing happened. They never showed up, but we just wanted them to know that even though you guys don't follow up with what you say, we do. We put forth the work. We put forth the effort. We do not just sit around and, talk about hate or, whatever they do, burn flags or, I don't know. It's weird. I was trying to gather some of the culture from some of those screenshots, and I'm still confused. I don't know what those people do. So, that's what we got going on tonight. So let me tell everybody who wasn't there. The folks from Italy, London, Germany, Canada, various parts, and across the U.S. If you've seen the videos, and I stopped the video I was playing because it's getting ready to get to the good part, and I cut over to this article here instead. I'll go over the article first, then I'll go through the story and explain the march. But I played 50 minutes of the 55 minutes, and it goes all the way up until my wife is assaulted at the Statehouse. And if you haven't heard it, let me also warn you, it's disturbing. If you have heard it, then you know how disturbing it is, and you'll know when to turn the volume down. So we will finish the video. We'll go through the rest of it, and you guys will get a chance to see and hear it. I'll turn the volume on for it and turn the music off, keep it off so you guys can hear it. So let's cover this real quick. The mask ban results in arrest of protesters facing 10 years in prison. This is Canada. This is the United States neighbors to the north here, and they passed a law. It was a couple years ago, stating that, and they even said then, the lawmakers said it wasn't for specifically the Guy Fawkes mask, that it wasn't for protesters. And now everyone is seeing that was just a lie, and they're arresting people. And so I wanted to put that up as a reminder to everybody that this is what a lot of our brothers and sisters are having to go through. It takes real courage to stand out there when you're facing some serious prison time for it. That's not easy to do, So those are some pretty courageous Canadians. We love you guys, man. We love all of you, and really appreciate your courage. So thank you for all the love and support that you guys have shown us in the last year and a half, by the way. I mean, from around the world, but Canada has really embraced us, and we love you guys for it, man. We love all of you for it. And all of the love that's come into the Central Ohio community. I'm in a blessed position to be able to say thank you on behalf of so many great people that did much more work than I did to plan the event and get it together and do. It took a lot of people. It really does. I don't know if you guys, for how many people that are listening have had to be part of putting something together, or community organizing, or anything like that. But it really does take a village, and all the people that came out, the incredible courage that they showed. Many of us believe that if we would not have reciprocated with the level of self-defense that we did to match their level of aggression, then we're pretty convinced that it would have gotten much worse for us. That our women would have more than just bumps and bruises, and then whiplash with the migraines and stuff like that, and the stomped ankle, and things like this. It would have been worse. It would have been worse. And I immediately hearkened to the pictures of the protesters all sitting down and getting maced, or worse than that. And think about when the police shoved people off the steps. If that would have been me, I can't keep my balance. So that would have, there's a 90% chance that I would have hurt myself. Who knows how bad, to one extreme, it could have really been nothing. To the other extreme, we've all seen the videos where the guy gets pushed out of the bus, falls down, and he just dies. So, I'm not saying that would be the case. I'm really not saying either, but it could have been anything. Thank God everybody had good presence of mind to keep themselves safe and defend each other. And Shane Aronos, Johnny on the spot, man, that guy was getting in between the cops and everybody. So we got about 8 minutes before we open up the phone lines, and I know a lot of people are ready to get on. To the people who were not there or need context to the story. We started the march, and we had pregnant women, children, a puppy, disabled folks, and elderly folks with us. And this is because we didn't anticipate there being any static with our local police forces, and we're not dealing with gangs coming downtown anymore trying to mess with people. The threats from the KKK and ISIS and things like that usually come anonymous way, we're not scared, and you're not going to stop us from taking our families. We don't come from any kind of weakness, and we're not going to start to, alter the way we live our lives and do things because our government wants us to be a fear-based society based on lies. That's the opposite of who we are and why we're here. So, under the threat of KKK and the usual threat of ISIS, we go down there, and very quickly the cops wanted to mess with Shane for jaywalking. And this was as Shane was talking to everybody, and the cops try to detain him. They take him across the street. Well, the crowd follows over there, and Shane is talking to everybody. He's like, he's telling everybody the actual organic law, and he's explaining to everyone how much authority you have. And this is why he's always saying the people are the law. And he's been given this wonderful opportunity to show everybody how it is you express your rights, the type of language that you want to use, and why. And consequently, the cops let him go. He's like, look, I'm walking away. If you're not telling me I'm detained, I'm out. And he dips. He's done. He's like, all right. And he walks away. And then the crowd cheers. And as we're going down the road from building to building, we were actually, and the people that were there can tell you this, we were actually joking around with the police. We were messing around, and it stayed pretty lighthearted. Was trying to convince the cops that they were all potheads, that we were going to have a weed fest down at the Statehouse lawn, and they should join us because they have the best weed. And we were telling people in the community we were taking our cops for a walk and, keeping them healthy. I mean, just having a good time. It wasn't mean. When we went to the police headquarters, we were actually talking about the United Nations. At least that's what I spoke about. We wanted to know where they stood on this Safe City States project by the UN, where they're going to bring in UN troops to police the United States. So they believe. And, I just basically told them it's an act of war for a UN troop to have their foot on American soil. And where do they stand on that? That's what we want to know. So that whole thing was politically motivated. It wasn't, yeah, I don't know. If you weren't there, it may be kind of hard for you to understand, but this wasn't a like a hate fest or anything like that. You can even see some of the signs. I mean, we're talking about peace. We're talking about love. To live, you must give. And then the other sign says, does this sign make my butt look big? Obviously, yeah. I mean, we're not even taking ourselves that seriously. We were there to have a good time. We were there to meet up with friends and have a good time. And we had no reason to believe that it would be otherwise, because we've been going to the Statehouse for almost 2 years now. A lot of us, and they know who we are. The captain himself, in a phone call on Friday, said that he's aware of every time Anonymous has been outside of the Statehouse, whether they were doing haircuts for Op Helping Hands, which we'll talk about later tonight with one of the guys in Central Ohio, Columbus, Anonymous, Ohio, and Anonymous, Columbus, Ohio, I think it is. And we showed where, we had every reason to believe that at the end of our march, coming to the Statehouse, we come up to the barricades, and there's a cop. He's about half the distance in between from the doors and the barricade there at the sidewalk. And if you haven't been there, it's a little bit expansive. So, they go and they're like, look, this is our Statehouse, and, we want to come up there on the steps. They open the barricade. They go up there to the cop. Now, I think that's pretty important right there, because there was somebody, who said, did you guys bust that barricade open? And all of this is on video. They say, this is our Statehouse, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then they go up to talk to the cop. You can't be that violent of a group if you go up to talk to the cop. I mean, you can't. That's not us. So they go up to the cop, and, there's one or two or three of them standing there, and, they're talking about going up to the steps, and they say, yeah, as long as you don't have sticks. So we didn't have sticks. And everyone kind of looked at each other like it was strange. And, it's okay, we don't have sticks. So about the time they get to the steps and people are starting to, sit down, get situated, stand, and one of the Anons starts to speak, you almost hear and see simultaneously that other state highway patrol officers come out of the doors from behind everybody and start shoving. And immediately the cop who said, I'm not sure, but I think it was the cop who said we could be there, he says, you have to disperse. And this is as one of the Anons is saying, this is our Statehouse. And he dropped the F-bomb. Some people were upset about that, about freedom of speech. Freedom of speech isn't there for your comfort. It's there for your liberty. And it ensures liberty. So, when you hear me on the megaphone, I try not to use profanity. That's not my style. I try to not do that. I try to convey things in a different way. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to go up to somebody else and try to impede them of their freedom of it. And not to mention, we were told that we could be up there on the steps. Now, for those of you who are unaware, you can go to the Statehouse for lunch with your friends. You don't need a permit. You just go in. Got your lunch with you. Go have you some lunch. So, if, say, 6 of you and 5 of your friends, 6 total, want to go into the Statehouse and have lunch, you're fine. If 5 or more of you want to do anything on the Statehouse lawn, you need a permit. So now hopefully people start to see the ridiculousness that we're fighting with this whole permit law. We don't believe that we should have a permit to be on our own Statehouse. Now, who does that sound like? Does that sound like a bunch of people who want to burn the joint down, or does it sound like people who are politically engaged, that want to be politically engaged, that want to stand at their Statehouse, because that's where everything starts for you in the state if you're politically engaged, and we want to take part in it? We're not these voters that vote, whenever there's some election or something. We stay politically engaged year round, and we want access to our Statehouse. And we're not going to honor unjust laws just because people say, well, that's the statute, that's the ordinance. Well, it's dumb. It's unjust. It doesn't represent the will of the people. And it's a way for the state to generate money. All right, so
Who do you want first? They're ready and waiting in the wings.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. Mike.
All right.
Will you give me the number so I can open the line?
Yep, I sure can.
All right, we're going to open the phone lines here, and we've got somebody that we've told we're going to take first.
Welcome to TalkShoe. Please enter the call ID
9547.
Enter your PIN followed by the pound key. If you are not a TalkShoe member, press 1, then pound.
1, then pound.
Now joining the call.
All right.
Hello, hello.
You are unmuted.
Mr. Deeter,
It is I.
this is Joack.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How are you, sir?
I am doing well, sir. How about yourself?
I am calling to tell you about this chaos that we all witnessed.
All right. Please do.
There was one man, they called him the man from Scrub or Scrab or something like that. It's the Capitol Square committee who makes all these rules. He was out there and one trooper came up. He whispered something to that trooper. That trooper ran around all the other ones and started messing with everybody. He's on at least one video.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, real quick,
Go ahead.
will you give everybody the link to your live stream a couple of times?
I've got it on live stream. It's original.livestream.com/Occupy Columbus.
All right, one more time.
original.livestream.com/Occupy Columbus.
And you keep...
There's also a player on the Unite Ohio page still.
Okay, and you keep the stream going 24/7, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
All right,
I try to.
Yeah, for everybody out there, everybody who's listening, that link, that live stream never stops. He always tries to keep it going. So, help boost his numbers. We appreciate all the hard work you do with the different craftsmanship there, with masks and different things too, man. You do good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. So go ahead, tell us more about what happened there. You said you have at least one video of this.
Well, there's one video in particular that somebody had on the steps, and you can clearly see that there's two troopers talking to each other at the bottom of the steps who were there before and told us, or not us, but told everyone they could just go up there. And then you see this one guy standing back there in plain clothes. He's the Capitol Square rules guy, I guess. And I still can't figure out who he is. I looked on their page, and they have the names of all their board of directors, and you can kind of search and find pictures of all these people. This guy does this. I don't know who he is, but he came out, and he gave that guy the order, and then that guy followed the order.
So I have a question. This is Shane, real quick. How are you guys doing?
Hey, what's up, Shane?
What's up, my friends?
How are you? Good.
Well, so this guy you're speaking to, is this a gentleman who had a gray goatee with dark skin?
This guy's, he's an older guy. He had gray hair, wearing sunglasses. He actually came out to the front, too, and was talking to some people at the barrier.
He talked to Shane after everything happened.
Well, what we need to do is find out who is in charge, top security for that building, which I believe it's the gentleman with the white goatee who we were speaking to. But whoever it is, before the next event, I believe it would be beneficial for us all to, or several, whoever, two of us, to talk to this gentleman, let him know what we know and what the law is, and that we have standing in a very peaceful way to let him know what's to come, that is righteous patriots acting or operating within the law. And
Yeah, I want everybody to be able to express the story, and then we're gonna get a little bit into what it is we want to do and what we believe proper recourse might be.
I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good. You're the guy who's always a few steps ahead, man. I expect that from you, or it'd be weird. Joe, do you know who the original source of that video is that you were talking about?
The original source of what again?
The one it could be Heather. It's Heather's.
Okay, cool.
I looked at so many, and I just snapped a screenshot when I saw that guy standing there.
Okay,
I can
now
post it somewhere.
I know we've got at least a third gentleman on the line who kept himself muted. Are you here, sir?
Yes, sir. That's good. I'm sitting here with the AC Law guy.
All right, we got the AC Law guy on the line, and Mr. AC Law guy, I really, really appreciate your presence, man. I think, understandably, there are some nerves amongst some folks. They're not exactly sure, what our proper recourse could be legally. And I was gonna wait, but since you're here, made a liar out of me. Let's go ahead and jump into it, if that's okay with you.
All right. I actually have a few papers here. I guess I'd kind of like to do more of a direct speak for a minute, and then I'm totally open to having a conversation.
Absolutely, the floor is yours, sir.
All right. So I guess
If the other people could mute their phones. If the other people on the line could mute their phones for us, we'd appreciate it.
Hey, can you guys mute?
I don't know how to mute on here.
All right. So for anyone out there who's not really done this before, has only done it casually, and feels that this possible step up in their activist career might be a move where they are fearing arrest. I want to let you know that it is a valid fear. Arrests have happened and can happen. And I equally believe Columbus saw Shane show how they don't really have the authority to do these arrests, but when you voluntarily consent and agree with them arresting you, they do arrest you. So knowing your rights is a big benefit. And I really kind of wanted to go through some things that may pertain very specifically to the upcoming event. So I'm going to start and kind of go through 7 points that I have here. First point, arrest is presumed to be false. Officer has the burden of proof. And this is in all cases. Now I'm going to cite some various federal district court and Supreme Court cases to kind of back up what I've just said, and you're free to look any of these up yourselves. In fact, I encourage it. The more you know, the stronger you are. So the first site that stating this arrest is presumed false is the only thing the plaintiff, now, in most cases, you consider yourself the defendant. But if you claim the officer arrested you falsely, you now are the plaintiff in the case, and they are the defendant, because it is presumed to be false unless they prove otherwise. So the only thing the plaintiff, which would be you, needs to plead and to prove of alleging a false arrest is either that the defendant, which would be the officer, made an arrest or imprisonment, meaning did he arrest you? Yes, it was false. Or that the defendant affirmatively instigated, encouraged, incited, or caused the arrest or imprisonment. So every one of those officers that are in these videos from Columbus are all guilty of this. This is a federal district court case from 1946, which is actually after the 1938 court case where the law in America changed. So this stands true even under the statutory laws we currently operate under. The next case, when the plaintiff, again you, has shown that he was arrested, imprisoned, or restrained at his liberty by the defendant the law presumes it to be unlawful. I mean, that's pretty basic. Both of those are prior to the 1938 court case, so that is a common law verdict. Next one. The burden is upon the defendant to show that the arrest was by authority of law. And I'm going to kind of go into exactly what that means, but there are things they have to do to make an arrest. When they tell you you're under arrest, again, if you don't know any of these things and you just say, okay, or fight with them, now they actually do have a reason to arrest you. So, again, it's kind of knowing this stuff going in. Any arrest made without a warrant, if challenged by the defendant, now in this case you are the defendant, is presumptively invalid. The burden is upon the state to justify it as authorized. Okay? These are both, this is two different court cases, both of them after 1938. So again, absolutely applicable today, whether you understand how to operate in common law jurisdiction or not. This will work for you. As in the case of a legal arrest, the officer must keep within the law at his peril. And I will go into what that means specifically in one of these coming up here, but the officer is at his peril. He is personally putting himself at risk if he's illegally arresting people. All right, so now, and all those were just points to back up that, again, first point, arrest is presumed to be false, and the officer has the burden of proof. So the second point now is that the officer must show a warrant upon request. So here's a 1968 case. He must show it to the accused if requested to do so. So these officers, the minute they want to arrest you out on the street, you got to ask them, do you have a warrant for my arrest? Now, if they don't even know your name, do you think they have a warrant for your arrest?
No.
Again, assume the arrest is false. All right, next case. If demanded, he must produce the warrant and read it to the accused, that he may know by what authority and for what cause he is deprived of his liberty. This is another federal district one. This is actually pre-1938. An accused person, if he demands it, is entitled to have the warrant for his arrest shown to him at the time of arrest. So again, this is kind of a timing thing. Hey, we just saw you walking the sidewalk and we told you not to do that. Hey, you have a warrant with my name on it that you're able to show me right now that says you can arrest me. If you can come up with these things, I'm telling you, you will have no fear of being arrested because they become personally liable. Not liable as an officer, but liable as a person for kidnapping. A special deputy is bound to show his warrant if requested to do so, and if he omits, the party against whom the warrant issues may resist an arrest, and the warrant, under such circumstances, is no protection against an action for an assault, battery, and false imprisonment. Okay, so now we're going back to when I said you'll understand that the officer says he does this at his own peril. Those handcuffs are not for your protection, they're for his, because you have the right to assault, you have the right to defend yourself. That's an 1840 case.
Self-preservation, the Supreme Court has verified and adjudicated on the fact that a human, of course we already know this, has a right to preserve their well-being, their human body. So go ahead, yes.
So next one, it is doubtless the duty of an officer who executes a warrant of arrest to state the nature and substance of the process which gives him the authority he professes to exercise. And if it is demanded to exhibit his warrant, that the party arrested may have no excuse for resistance. So in essence, if they pull out a warrant for you, person who they don't know your name on the sidewalk, then you do kind of have to go with them. Again, you're not going to have a warrant. it was the duty of an officer who attempts to make an arrest to exhibit the warrant if he has one. So if he has one, he can make an arrest. And if he doesn't, he cannot. Just remember, ask for the warrant. That's all going under the second point. Third point, the warrant must be valid. So, case for that, a constable justifying an imprisonment under a warrant must show that that warrant on its face is legal and that the magistrate had jurisdiction of the subject matter. That's something Shane's going to understand, but maybe for those who are not as well versed, that means you should also demand a copy of the affidavit that gave the judge probable cause to issue the warrant. All warrants must issue upon submission of an affidavit of probable cause. So pretty much you want to know who is the informer that is even trying to create this arrest.
Well,
When you demand a warrant, if they cannot produce an affidavit that created the warrant, again, that warrant is invalid. So if you say, show me the warrant, if they actually get one, then you say, show me the affidavit that created that warrant. And just like the warrant, they have to produce that paperwork. So you demand a second paper, and you will find that usually most warrants don't have that second paper.
Real quick, I want to say something which is in relation to exactly what you're talking about, which is they have to provide a lawful delegation of authority, meaning the governed give the people who run the government the ability to operate. And then Congress gives these congressional grants for these courts to operate. None of these courts have lawful congressional grants, so they're all operating in fraud, and they have nowhere to go. So absolutely.
Yes. So another case on that. A warrant is regarded as insufficient and thus void if on its face it fails to state facts sufficient to constitute a crime. So if an officer says, hey, he may have walked on the street illegally and I told him not to, that doesn't sufficiently constitute a crime. So even if he had a warrant, again, when you see that affidavit, you can void it. But again, they're going to be able to arrest 0 people there. And assuming everyone understands these things.
You have to.
Signature.
I'm going to interrupt you, brother. I have to always bring up the point that these people will violate the law, whether how well you know it and how right you are in your standing. Is that these people, how things are going, and you see it, is that they will violate the law. So it takes a very clear understanding of how to affect the law and assert your rights at every level, meaning on the street with the cops, in the courts, and also in jail. I had to bring that up.
Well, and again, that's where I said the threat of arrest is absolutely valid. If it's something you fear, there's probably a reason for that. And how you address these cops is also a thing. And you got people out there like Shane who are very, I'm telling you what the law is, and I have a completely different method, and just ask questions. And then I do make a few statements, but I don't tend to challenge them because I'm not scared. And I'm not saying Shane's scared either, but I don't bother losing my mind over it because my confidence is enough that I know what I'm talking about, to the point that these officers, I've seen it happen, they back down from you when you're very confident and understand what you're saying. The United States Supreme Court stressed the need for individualized review to avoid the issuance of the rubber stamp warrant. So again, you get a warrant and there's a rubber stamp with a judge's name on it, that's an invalid warrant. All right, so now I'm going to get into the meat and potatoes of this gist. Number 5, false arrest is assault and battery. So when these people go ahead and arrest you, so as Shane's saying, sometimes they do. All right? An illegal arrest is an assault and battery. The person so attempted to be restrained at his liberty has the right, and only the same right, to use force in defending himself as he would have in repelling any other assault and battery. So, are the cops just trying to take you down? You have the right to take them down. Are they trying to punch you? You got the right to punch them. Are they pulling weapons? And I'm not, I'm not in favor of issuing ideas that, hey, we should go armed or any of that. But I want you to know you have the right to do all these things. That's a 1950 case out of another federal district court. So, again, that's after the 1938 case. So this is absolutely valid today.
All right, I appreciate that.
An arrest without warrant is a trespass, an unlawful assault upon the person. Where one is about to be unlawfully deprived of his liberty, he may resist the aggressions of the offender, whether of a private citizen or a public officer, to the extent of taking his life of the assailant, if that be necessary to preserve his own life or prevent infliction upon him of some great bodily harm. Again, what I said, you have the right to kill him. And if you understand your rights, again, I'm not suggesting anyone do this, and if you don't understand what I'm saying or what Shane's saying or the guys who talk the stuff we're talking, I wouldn't recommend going out and jumping off the boat that far. Last one on the on the false arrest. Every person has the right to resist an unlawful arrest, and in preventing such illegal restraint of his liberty, he may use such force as may be necessary. And this, again, is a 1958 case, so it's after the 38 case and valid today. Point number 6, no handcuffs. This will be an eye-opener to most. But they don't have the right to handcuff you. As I said, that handcuff is for their safety, not yours. All right? So, but a constable cannot justify handcuffing a prisoner unless he has attempted to escape or unless it be necessary in order to prevent his doing so. So immediately, if you haven't tried to escape and you decide, you know what, I'm going to go with this arrest, and you're not trying to run away, he does not have the right to handcuff you. And then number 7, and this again, this can be huge if you understand how to do it. Go immediately to a magistrate. No photographs, no fingerprints. A photograph is a benefit. When you go to jail, it's a benefit. And you accept the benefits when you accept the jail clothes, when you accept to be fingerprinted and photographed. Those are all benefits you just accepted. Don't accept those benefits. And you want to go immediately to the magistrate. Cases supporting that. The one arresting has a duty to immediately seek a magistrate, and failure to do so makes a case of false imprisonment. So if you request, listen, I'm not trying to go down to the Franklin County Jail, put me in front of a magistrate right now, and they don't do that, again, false imprisonment. And when you follow the law, and you call these lawyers and you explain these laws and how you understand them, these lawyers will push these cases.
Habeas corpus as well.
Yeah, I mean, that I got a lot on that, but I'm not going to even touch on that tonight. So to detain the person arrested in custody for any purpose other than that of taking him before a magistrate is illegal. Again, when you say taking to a magistrate, not the jail, they have to. It is their job. It is their duty. It is the law of the country. And that's, again, this is after the 1938 case. Next case. Any undue delay is unlawful and wrongful and renders the officer himself and all persons aiding and abetting therein wrongdoers from the beginning. So anybody involved in your arrest, not just the arresting officer, but anybody you say, hey, I'm free, let me go, they're all now liable. And you just start adding names to a list. The taking of the plaintiff's picture before conviction is an illegal act.
And that's what they tried to do to me, and I bowed my head.
And that's what you do. You don't fight them. You tell them no. If they hold you in place, drop your head. If they aren't holding your arms, put your hand in front of your face. Don't give them that picture. It's a benefit, and you don't want it.
Well, there's a good saying to say, which is, I am not inclined to engage to unlawful requests. I'm not obligated to consent to unlawful engagements. You can do it 100 different ways. The same thing.
Right. Those are all things that are kind of arguing. I just say I'm not accepting the benefit. Thank you. I appreciate your offer. I don't accept it, and that's it. That's the only thing I say. And and again, when you go into court and these people at the jails, they'll go into court and say exactly what you said, because they'll be like, this idiot saying jail's a benefit. And they'll go in and tell you they'll rat you out 100% truthful to the judge, and that judge is going, fuck, this is fuck. And they drop your charges because their own people are making your own case, and they don't know. Next case, the power to arrest does not confer upon the arresting officer the power to detain a prisoner for other purposes. Not really going to go into that one. The compulsory fingerprinting before conviction is an unlawful encroachment and involves prohibited compulsory self-incrimination. So again, they don't have the right to fingerprint you unless you've already been to trial and lost. So I don't accept the benefit of you fingerprinting me. You don't have the right to do so. And equally, you'll find if you do these things in a jail, if you refuse to do the picture and refuse to get the fingerprints, they're going to treat you a little different. And you may like it and you may not. They're not really going to beat you, but you might be placed in a cell by yourself. And you won't find when you show in front of a magistrate that they don't keep you in the jail because you never accepted the benefit of being there. And they only have, I believe, is it 72 hours to hold you? Yeah, so you will be let out, and there will be no charges, there will be no court date.
And you got to remember that these people who run these jails are in the know of what's going on financially, how the whole gambit's ran. So they are going to try to you and all these things. Expect that. Expect that these guys are your enemy. Know your rights. Know your enemy. So if you know that your enemy, at the very least, you know that he's not for your benefit, expect everything he's going to do is to disservice you.
Yeah, and I 100% disagree that these people understand what they're doing. They understand what they're supposed to do from people high enough that do know what they're talking about, but these people don't know why they have to fingerprint you. They just know they have to fingerprint you, and when you don't get their fingerprints, they see you as a threat to their job and their egos in certain cases. But it's not because they understand what you're doing. Most of the time, they have no idea what you're talking about, and they just think you're some ass.
Who are running the jail, like, say, for instance, the guy who is the top dog, if you will, that guy knows that there's something going on. He ain't the typical stupid fucker. He's just a little above the average dumb fucker, if you will. So they understand it's commercial. They know that the thing is.
Hey guys, I apologize. Hey guys, I gotta cut in. I apologize. Hey guys, I apologize. I gotta cut in here. I want to make sure everybody can hear me when I say this. All right, that was CBS, right? Mm-hmm. All right, thanks to all of the help that we've gotten tonight in the last few days, the Twitter universe is talking about us, and CBS just retweeted our live show here. So I figured I'd let everybody know there are quite a few ears listening to us tonight. And I appreciate all of the contributions here. I want to wrap it up with our law guy here because we have other folks that were at the event that want to talk. We want to have our ladies get on and talk tonight, and then we're going to be releasing the previously unreleased KKK and white supremacy screenshots. So if our law guy there, if you could wrap it up for us. I know that what you're saying reiterates the behavior and actions of Shane. And I think that reiteration is absolutely desperately needed. And I appreciate you giving that to us in a very concise way. It is encouraging to know that our rights actually lie somewhere else. And for folks like yourself and Shane to be able to come to the forefront and to have the courage to come to the forefront and tell us, something that is so counter what we live in society. I want to commend both of you for that. I really appreciate the knowledge tonight, and I think a lot of other folks do too. So,
I would like to do this as well.
Yeah. So, for our law guy, if you want to go ahead and finish up for us, I'd appreciate that greatly.
I'll break down just a summary of what I went over in the gist. I have all this paperwork. I can work through Mike to make that. I don't know if you guys have a site or what you have, but I can get everything I've read tonight so that everybody can have this available to them when they go on the event and have read it themselves, can verify all the information I spoke of. I can just, like I said, I can make this available to everybody.
What we'll do is make sure that there's plenty of copies printed up. I don't know if we're going to have enough for everybody, but these will be put in packet forms for anybody who may want them on December 4th throughout the entire day.
Okay.
I have to mention that I have a buddy who has a printing press, and we can print out, say, 10,000 copies of whatever for about $150. That's including paper.
All right. Cool.
All right, there we go.
I just wanted to throw that out, and I am going to finish the summary here. In summary, a warrant must be issued and be signed without a rubber stamp by a judge who has jurisdiction. And again, you're going to find that 0% of the arrests made or assault on people had these warrants. 0. It must state facts showing jurisdiction. Again, they can't. Must be based upon probable cause, and it must name the offense committed. Again, if you're getting arrested for something you did right in front of the officer, he obviously does not have a warrant for whatever it is you just did. He has to get that warrant. It must contain the affidavit. It must name the party being arrested, and must offer the warrant and the affidavit for inspection. And again, this is where the minute they say they want you under arrest, you say, you have a warrant for my arrest. They do not. You have an affidavit, and again, even if they said yes, can I see the affidavit that was used to create this warrant? And if they can't produce both of those pieces of paper, you are free to go. No handcuffs. You must take me immediately to a magistrate and do not hold me for any other purpose, which means no photographs, no fingerprints, no jail clothes. Don't even take me to jail. I want to see the magistrate. And again, once they take you, they are responsible for everything that happens to you while you're under arrest. The unlawful arrest is assault and battery. There is no immunity for a false arrest case. So when you take these cases for false arrest in front of the courts, there's no immunity for it. And good faith is not a defense to sustain a false arrest. That's pretty much the gist of it. The arrest is going to be false. If you can just remember the few things when you're out there at these events, when you're marching, the minute they want to say you're under arrest, if you can just remember, show me the warrant, show me the affidavit that made that warrant. The minute you ask those questions, those officers are gonna treat you different, and you're gonna find that 9 out of 10 times they do let you go. Every once in a while they will break the law, but if you've asked those questions, again, you go into a court, and I can speak from personal experience to this. When you understand what you're doing and you tell how crazy you acted to the cop in a courtroom, that judge does know what you're saying, and that judge does not want you in his courtroom. He does not want the officer seeing you get away with what that officer feels like you shouldn't be getting away with. These officers,
real
These
quick,
officers don't understand the law, and that's part of why they break them as much as they claim we do.
Well, my friend Mike, I have to say that demanding a dismissal with prejudice, I believe is crucial, because when you go to file charges, if that's the desire, then when you go to file charges against the cop, it's already recognized that the court understood that you were victimized, and it was dismissed with prejudice.
All right, before we get too much more into the law, if our law guy from Awakened Cincinnatians, before we go through those methods, what do you believe is the best course of action from here for the women and the men that were assaulted at the Statehouse?
I'm on right now. On that, I've actually talked with Mike about this, and while there's many different things you can do about that, and the thing that I would do if it happened to me is actually not going to be the thing that I'm going to recommend to you guys, and it's just based on a gap in knowledge. But based on what you guys do, I had initially heard the thought of going with a class action suit. A class action suit, even if you win, the individual officers involved face no penalty. There is no mark on their record. You hit them as a group, and you might have a bad mark. I'm not sure if it was either Columbus PD or Ohio State or the state highway. I'm not sure which it was, but you might get a bad mark on that police agency, but you're not getting anybody involved held accountable. And equally, you're allowing the court case to go through with just one case, and that's not clogging up their court systems with their problems. So I would advise every individual that was had their rights violated in some way, I would suggest that they take their case against the individual officer to the best they can point out who that was, and if they cannot, they are able to use a John Doe, and they just say John Doe number 1, John Doe number 2, both of the Columbus Police Department, and start clogging up this court system with their problems. If you guys have 30 victims, there should be 30 court cases going after individual people. Now, not all those cases are going to win, but the ones that do are going to actually, you're going to see a mark on that officer's record. You're going to see that Officer Smith was convicted of false arrest or disorderly, whatever it is they find them guilty of, you're going to see that on their records, whereas a class action suit is not going to have that occur.
All right.
I believe Mike has an inside connection if anybody is looking for a lawyer, so perhaps call into your guys' talk show to help find those.
I'm looking for one right now. I've got a gentleman that I speak to quite often who's actually running for House Representative right now, very well known, been an activist for 30 years, former Black Bloc guy. And he knows all the big dog civil rights attorneys, and he's given me the list more than once now, and he knows the right ones to use in the right cases. So I'm going to reach out to him tomorrow to see if I can come up with the proper names.
So I guess any listener out there who thinks they may have a case, call in, and we'll do our best to find an attorney for you.
All right. That's pretty excellent.
But keep it separated, and do not do a class action suit. Do not do that.
All right, so for the people that want to take that route, there you go. We'll have you call in tonight, and we'll get everybody together, and that's in large part what all of this is about. So, Law Guy from AC, we can't thank you enough, man. Is there anything else you want to say before we move on to our next guest?
I believe I'm good. I appreciate your time.
Man, we appreciate you more than you know. Seriously, a lot of times I think this has happened to different activists around the country, probably even around the world, and there was no one to step up and help. There was no one to say, you know what, these are your rights. These are your human rights, and here's how you can exercise them. Here's how you can use them and defend yourself. So again, man, thank you so much. I want to thank you for your courage, letting everybody know. Thank you for being a part of this, and we'll definitely continue to be in touch. And thanks for being part of the show, bro.
Thank you.
And he'll be there on the 4th as well, bright and early.
All right, we will see you on the 4th then, sir.
Yeah, let me say one last thing. I don't know how it's going to work, but I do plan on having a meeting a half hour before the 10 o'clock start time to start passing these papers out and answer any questions anybody may have.
All right.
I think it'd be beneficial to maybe do an hour beforehand to get it really tightened up.
I'm available. It's whatever people want. I just want to let anyone know that I will be there early to answer questions.
All right, excellent. Excellent, man. Thank you again. We have a lot of folks that are wanting to call in and or speak with us. So, Heather, do we have you with us? Heather Lucas.
I'm here.
All right, man. Yeah, it's really important for us to hear from the women tonight. You were ragdolled and shoved in virtually everybody's videos. So if you could kind of tell us your experience and the floor is yours.
Well, I guess my main point is going to be that this was absolutely a peaceful march. A lot of the videos that you see, the instance that we're discussing mostly is what it began on the stairs. A lot of videos that you see are from far away. And so from far away, all you see is some scuffle that has taken place. So I wanted just to say there is a video that shows what happened on the staircase. We did get permission to go up to the stairs. You see everyone walking. Nobody's yelling. There's no screaming. Everyone's casually walking up there. It was just within a very few minutes. People are talking. Aaron got on the megaphone and was saying some words. And the next thing you know, like I said, within minutes, that trooper came up or started walking up, telling everyone to disperse or you will be arrested. At that time, people got up from the stairs where they were sitting, started walking down, and he gave them no time to disperse and literally just started ripping people down the staircase. Yep. So, if you tell people to disperse or they face arrest, that was not the case. He basically meant disperse or I will physically attack you. And it was just uncalled for. There was no regard for anybody's health or safety. That officer did not know who had a bad ankle, who had a bad back, who had any kind of illness. People could have been severely injured, and I think it was a complete disregard for public safety.
Agreed.
When everybody was coming off the stairs and they just continued pushing and shoving, and it became extremely chaotic, a lot of the people, the men that were there, were really trying to come between the officers who were pushing and shoving and grabbing women. That's something that is really stunning to me at this point because, if you think about it, Jeremy, Christine, she was manhandled. Do you, as an individual, watch an officer manhandle a woman who did not deserve it, committed no crime? What are your options? Do you have to watch that happen to your wife, or even if it's not your wife, a complete stranger? Or do you face arrest, being tasered, being killed to defend that person? That's really what we're trying to weigh out here. We're in a point in our society where you are not allowed to defend yourself or defend others. I stated before, your natural instinct when watching somebody be abused is to stick up for them, to stop the abuse. That's our natural instinct. It's there for a reason. It's because it's correct. It's the right thing to do. Unfortunately, in order for us to act on that, you face some pretty serious problems if you do.
I don't think I don't know anyone that could express that better. And you are there not, you don't have knives, guns, sticks, in your hand. You are obviously recording. You're not posing a threat, you're recording. And that was the only common denominator that we could find with all of the females that had been assaulted, was that all of you were recording. I can't believe that there's any. It did seem indiscriminate, but it did seem that it was particular with the women. And as you're talking about the video that shares that perspective, that's the video we have streaming right now. So as you're talking about it and describing it, we're watching it.
I think it's very hard when, like I said, we asked for permission, pretty much. We asked what we were allowed to do, what we were not allowed to do before we approached the stairs. Clearly, there was a caution line there. There was a caution tape. There were 2 officers. We went up. We engaged them. What are the ground rules? We were told you are not allowed to have sticks, which they were referring to flagpoles. So that's all we heard. You're not allowed to have sticks. Everyone put their sticks down, approached the stairs. At that point, like I said, you don't see any cops chasing anybody down. Nobody's yelling for the people to stop going up there. There's no mayhem. It is, once again, still peaceful. In many of these instances, like in Cincinnati, that event, when things are peaceful and then all of a sudden police attack and protesters start being outraged, well, of course they're going to be outraged. Of course they're going to be furious. That's natural. Why wouldn't you be when you're watching your fellow, people, innocent people being attacked by the police? You should feel outraged. The fact that you don't is what's crazy to me. And then I keep seeing people responding like, well, they shouldn't be starting trouble, and blaming the victims always. I mean, that's just the craziest thing in the world to me.
Agreed, and I think there's a lot of people that agree with you on that. I probably most, if not all, of your sentiment. When you're watching the video here, you can see that at first when the cops start pushing people, other people, they didn't even move. It was like they were shocked. They couldn't believe they had just got there. What's that?
It was very shocking.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell. Everybody's like, is this really happening? Before I let you go, do you have anything else you want to say to the world?
I guess I would like to say we have got to come to some kind of consensus here that we cannot allow this to go on. We cannot allow this to happen. I mean, we are all watching the videos every day through our news feeds. I mean, I could watch 6 or 7 new videos of police being abused, tased, beaten, and killed by the police. I don't know if at this point people are desensitized to it or what the problem is, but that cannot go on. I mean, we have to be able to have the right to defend ourselves and defend our people. I mean, that is a basic natural right. I cannot be abused by just anybody. You don't have the right to push somebody around who's committing no crime. So I think that, there are a couple of the men I wanted to say who actually stood up and, in my defense, stood between me and an officer or whatever the case may be. Thank you. You risked a lot for doing that, but that's what men do. That's what people do. They do that hard thing. But I think we have to come to a consensus that we're not going to watch that happen to our fellow community members anymore. Absolutely not. We're here to set an example for our children, for the generations that are coming up. I mean, I don't want that to be lost. I don't want the courage to do what's right to be lost.
Well said, Heather. And I would like to speak to what the law guy from AC has to, which is the right to self-preservation in an admiralty sense, which is when it comes to having to do what you got to do to protect your life, that is a law of nature. That's going to exist for animals and humans. So when your buddy's getting hurt, you're going to do what it takes to make sure your buddy don't get hurt, unless he started the problem, not the thing. So we got a guy on these stairs pushing people who are innocent. That's a problem. In any lawful court, that would be an easy case. We got a problem because these courts aren't lawful. But here we go. Is by showing force in a peaceful way and unified way. We can talk further about how to do that specifically with tactics for this upcoming event. I'm looking forward to doing that. But I just wanted to mention that point, and thank you very much, Heather. We love you, the tiniest patriot.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
I want to reiterate that, man. Heather, you do really good work for the Awakened Media. You're a hell of a patriot, hell of an activist, hell of an anarchist, and it doesn't matter what organization you're with, you represent them well, and you represent the collective heart of many of us very well, and I want to thank you for that.
I appreciate that. The feeling's mutual.
Yeah, man. Oh, do you have something?
Yeah, just want to tell Heather, love you.
I love you, Christine.
All right, we got somebody else here that wants to get on. She was also at the event, and she had her puppy there, her husband there, her son there, and her bun in the oven there as well. Again, we did not anticipate that this was going to be something. Everyone looked at this as a fun event. Sneath, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Awesome.
Man, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate you taking time out of your night here to be with us. It's important that we hear from you, and the floor is yours.
Not a problem. Thank you for having me. Just wanted to touch a little bit on what you said. You're absolutely correct that nobody anticipated this to get violent, get ugly like it did. We advocate peaceful protests. That's what we were there to do. We were there to make a stand. And obviously, if I had thought that there would have been any real danger or anything to that nature, I mean, obviously, anybody who saw me can tell you I'm very largely pregnant at this point. And, I had my son there, and it was more or less, like you said, coming together, community building, making a stand. But, when we got to the Statehouse, just like Heather had said, we kind of figured out the rules of engagement and what was going to be allowed, what wasn't going to be allowed. And like many people heard, they didn't want sticks. So everybody got rid of their sticks. They watched us walk all the way. They watched us walk past, didn't say a word, watched us get to the steps, didn't say a word, waited until everybody was up to the top of the steps, and still there wasn't even really a word said. It was just, they just started coming up, two of them, and a couple, and then all of a sudden it seemed like they were everywhere, shoving people down and yelling to disperse. And I was at the top of the steps, and anybody who's been there can tell you that those are some really hard, solid, concrete steps, and quite a bit of them. And, it got to the point, I started to take a step down once they started coming up, and it just happened so quickly. I literally ended up grabbing my son out of fear for not just my safety, but more so for his safety and the safety of the child that I'm currently incubating to just get out of Dodge. And, normally I'm very much of a stand and defend, but, obviously in my condition I have to be more mindful as far as what sort of situation I'm putting myself in. And there was one point, looking back, I know that there was one officer caught holding a taser on video. There was another one at the top of the steps having it aimed right at someone right next to me. And as a pregnant mother holding her 4-year-old son, I cannot tell you the level of anxiety and fear. I literally had a moment of fear for the life of my unborn child and the fear for my son. I was absolutely panic-stricken. And there was just no cause for it. There was no warning for it. And then trying to everybody was trying to oblige by what they were saying, but they were so aggressive and so violent, so rough and assaulting people. Luckily, I was one of the people who managed to avoid to not be assaulted,
mainly because I was running or waddling as fast as I could away from anything with a badge. But, you know, seeing people, my friends, people I call family, being shoved, being assaulted, and my 4-year-old son is witnessing this. And he is terrified, even now, of police officers. And he, at the protest, when we had made it out, he didn't want to be set down. He didn't want to be put down for the longest time. And he grabbed me like I was the last solid thing on the earth. And it was just completely uncalled for. It was just absolutely uncalled for.
Unreal.
What was that?
It's just unreal. Let me first say that thank God you did not get harmed. Thank God your son was not harmed. First and foremost, you know, thank God for that. But for him to have to be subjected to that, and now at a young age is scared of uniformed police officers, that is so damaging. That is so damaging. And I hate it for you. I hate it for you and your family and for him, and I don't think I'm the only one.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, you know, and you tell, these are the people you're supposed to be telling your children that if there's a problem, if you don't feel safe, if you're lost, these are the people to run to. And now who can my son run to with confidence now?
People in Guy Fawkes masks.
Trust them.
Yeah, people in Guy Fawkes masks.
Yeah. I mean, it was just absolutely ridiculous, and I know that he was terrified. I mean, he still asks me, "Are we going to see the police? Are you going to take me to the police?" Fearful, because that's how afraid he is of them. And the irony was that maybe, I don't know, 15 minutes later, there was an officer that approached my son and told him, "Remember, we're not the bad guys."
Yes.
And I thought, you just showed him you were the bad guys.
Yeah, if anything, that's more damaging. That's more desensitizing, because at this point, you're sending more than a mixed signal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man, listen, Sneath. A lot of people don't know this. She is professionally medically trained and took care of my wife after all that happened, and I went to get the car, and we love you, and you are family to us, and thank you. Thank you for everything your family does. Thank you for your presence there. Thank you for calling tonight and again, showing us the courage and the strength that we're honored by when we stand next to you.
No, thank you. Trust me, it's, you know, you guys are family, and I'm proud to stand next to each and every one of you, and I know that Alex feels the exact same way, too. I mean, we wouldn't have anything if we didn't have you guys, so.
That's right. When I die, if I'm in heaven and y'all ain't there, it ain't heaven.
You got it.
That's right, man. I appreciate it, man. All right, we have, we're also showing different videos, as you guys see. These are the different angles and perspectives. From anonymous Dayton, Ohio, Christine, do we have you with us?
Yes, you do.
Nice, Christine. We really, really, really appreciate, man. When you talk about people that really get out there, you know, and get it done, they get on the sidewalk, they hold the signs, they really get the work done. No one can question the fact that you get out there and you get it done. We appreciated you taking that long drive and joining us in Columbus. I know that your leg was stomped by one of the officers when he was trying to go kick somebody else's ass. How is your leg?
Well, it's actually doing okay. The bruise is actually starting to let up a little bit. Got a little bit dark, and then it lightened up. What had actually had happened was I was sitting there in my electric wheelchair, and I was watching everybody go up to the steps, and I thought, cool, picture perfect moment. And before I can even pull out my tablet or the phone, it was like, boom, everybody just come tumbling down like bowling pins. And I'm just sitting there in shock at first. Then I look off to my right-hand corner, and there's a brother being chest shoved by an African-American trooper. And I'm thinking, oh my God. And then I look over to my left, and people are just getting hurt left and right and slung down the steps by troopers. So I go running over that way, screaming, stop, stop, stop. In some of the videos, you can probably hear that. And then I saw the one officer reach kind of for his taser, and I said, stop, stop. And then I told the brother, kind of like move, and I was kind of shoving him off because he was going to get taken. And the black trooper really had anger in his eyes. Nobody was going to stop him from getting at that other brother. And I thought...
Hey, Christine. Hey, Christine. Hey, Christine. Christine.
And I put my wheelchair right in between
Hey, Christine.
the officer.
Christine, we're getting some weird kind of feedback. There's some kind of beeping sound.
I'm sorry, it could be my tablet.
Okay, if you guys could mute your phones, I'd appreciate it, just so that we can hear her a bit clearer.
Turn that off.
Perfect.
All right, there we go. There we go.
All right, you better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a certain point you want me to start back on?
The guy pulling out a taser.
The guy pulling out a
the other
taser on the brother.
Okay, yeah, I saw him reach for his taser, and I immediately went in protect mode, and I stuck my electric wheelchair right in between them. And I tried to get the brother to turn around and run. So I put my hand up on him, and I was trying to tell the officer at the same time, I got him. And the officer immediately thought he was going to kick me in my right leg, and then tried to stomp on my ankle as he was trying to climb over my electric wheelchair to get to him. So finally, I was able to get the other brother kind of in front of my wheelchair by turning the back of my chair to that officer, which he wasn't able to come after him at that point. But they had us, at that point, they had us all cattled in, like a bunch of cattle, where they took the barricades, and literally locked everybody that was in there up by the steps and like cattle, and would not let us out while the troopers still were abusing people. And I was trying to find that other brother because I knew that cop was coming straight for him with that trooper. And I couldn't find him. And it was like everybody was just surrounding. And I could not go anywhere. Next thing I know, I see the same African-American cop literally shove him so hard, the same brother, into the barricade, and he fell into the barricade, but I could not get to him. But my thing is that this trooper had so much anger in his eyes, he did not care about who was there, who was in the middle. I am severely disabled with CNS stimulating disease and MS. I have a lesion on my brain. I have no feeling in my legs. I was lucky I didn't feel it, but I saw him do it, which I guess that's why I didn't cry out at that time. But the fact of the matter is he could have broke my ankle bones. My bones are weak. He just had no care in the world what he was doing, or the other troopers. Like you said, we had pregnant women there, elderly people, disabled such as myself, and elderly people. The officers took a peaceful march and literally turned it into a nightmare. And I am still angered, but I have no words to really express that anger right now. I've been trying to work through it to try to get the words, and I still can't because I think I'm still in shock. I have a little bit of anxiety from it because I've never been involved in that type of a situation except for Cincinnati, Ohio, when our brother Dan was chased for trying to get on the sidewalk. That was a little different, but when it's forcefully you and you're seeing a very personal brother, getting ready to get tased and you're right in the middle, it becomes a whole new different perspective. We do, as activists, Anonymous Dayton, Anonymous Columbus, Canton, Akron, Cleveland, we do everything we can to make Ohio peaceful. And if I left you out, I'm sorry, Waking Cincinnatians. We do everything in Ohio to make everything peaceful as possible. But when you have troopers like that, immediately aggressively going out and just physically grabbing people because they don't like what they see, that's uncalled for. And my husband was able to help me make a call into the captain there at the Statehouse, who apparently wasn't there at the time. He even said to me that what the troopers did was uncalled for, and he hadn't even seen the video.
So the captain
And I
at the
wish I would have recorded the
Statehouse,
call, but I couldn't.
the captain at the Statehouse even said that what the troopers did was wrong.
Yes, he did. At the time, I was not able to record the call, but just like I put the information out there about the captain's name, which I can get for you in just a second, and I can make that public. Where's that sheet of paper?
Yeah, if you could grab that, the captain's name and phone number, we'll go ahead and give that out to everybody. And
Oh, yeah, I got it right here. His name is Captain Art, A-R-T, last name Combest, C-O-M-B-E-S-T.
all right, say it again.
His phone number is...
Hey, wait. Say his first name and his last name one more time for me.
Okay, Art, A-R-T, last name C-O-M, Best, B-E-S-T.
All right, and his phone number?
614 466 2955.
All right, and one more time.
Okay.
614?
Captain. Yes. 614 466 2955.
All right, that's excellent, man. I appreciate that info. I know he had invited everybody who was there at the confrontation to get a hold of him.
Yes, yeah, you said it had a direct number.
Yeah, so I wanna make sure that information is available to people. I know most probably won't choose to do so, but making sure the information is available to everyone is important. Anything else before I let you go and get on to the next guest here? It means a lot to us that you would call in and be a part of this. It means a lot that to us that your words are heard. So, is there anything else you want to say about this experience?
Yeah, I love everybody. Thank you guys for taking care of me that day, lifting me up on that curb, and thank those brothers and family that did. I was taken care of very well by all of you, and you guys will always be my family forever, and I will always protect you no matter what. Even though I'm disabled, I will always put you guys first before myself, and I'm sorry, that's just the way I am, and thank you to CBS News for tweeting me out earlier, for helping us get the word out. I love you guys, and thanks for listening to me.
All right, man. Thank you very much for being here. And again, thank you for being a part of this and sharing your experience. We got, let's see, Mr. From Anonymous Columbus, Ohio. Mr. Denver, are you with us?
Right here, buddy.
All right, man. Now, for the people that know you, we saw you get shoved. You're probably the only person that was shoved more than Heather Lucas.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, how are you feeling?
Before we go any further, I just want to express the utter disappointment from Anonymous Columbus to the Ohio State Troopers. CPS, we've done very well with CPD, and for the most part, CPD's never given us problems. Now, when it comes to State Highway Patrol, we are embarrassed as a state that pays those men and women to treat citizens that way. We will be going after their permit laws with our nothing but suppression of free speech and gatherings. This will not be taken lightly with us at all. A number of our brothers and sisters were shoved. They were unlawfully they put us in positions of failure at all times, and all we did was try to make sure that it was a peaceful protest. That's, first of all, first statement I want to make.
Well, that's a hell of a first statement, bro. Well done.
Another thing is that when we met with CPD, first of all, I just got back into the state, and I didn't realize that we were all over the front page of all this and all that. It was pretty outside crazy.
Agreed.
But when we met with them, we met them at Goodell Park, CPD. They wanted us to verify it was nonviolent, all this and all that. That actually went, in my case, in my opinion, went pretty smooth, other than the incident with Shane. But in the scheme of things, CPD let him go. They realized they were wrong. And we can always respect an officer that will say, okay, we got to let you go because you know what the fuck we're talking about.
I would like to say something real quick, and that is the officer that tried to hand me my drumstick with the ticket. I saw him the Saturday thereafter, 2 days later, at the homeless shelter where I do a lot of outreach. And Justin Coleman, who is the officer, he loves what I'm talking about. Whether he's lying about loving it or not, that's a different question. I've had many conversations. He knows me. So he was talking to me and saying that there is many people within the Columbus Police Force who have the same sentiment, which is that we feel what you're doing, Patriots. Continue your path. And there's a reason why they sent him in, because they were trying to diffuse the situation by using him. A friend of mine who I've known, not a friend of mine, but I've known him for about a year and a half or so, off and on, by dealing with the homeless folks in Columbus.
Okay.
And the point is that these officers know that the thing is based on fraud. They know it in their heart of hearts, and even more so, they know it within their actions and how things are done in commerce. They get extra benefits for picking up people with warrants. They get all kinds of hookups. So the thing is so ugly that it can't be denied by that which is your heart and your soul and your mind, your logic, and that's basic. And they know that that is the case. So when we come strong, we come with the law, we come with all kinds of different statutes and codes and case law and things like that, with empowering the average individual, and also the strong patriot, which those are the people who are at these events. We can't be stopped. We cannot be stopped. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, in that sense too, like if you really think about the whole situation, like when we did this march, we sent out press releases 2 weeks early. We sent out the video 2 months early. They knew we were coming. We said it was going to be peaceful. I mean, the fact that we showed up to the Department of Justice and they have 2 dogs inside with Homeland Security agents, I mean, that stuff is overkill to us. And when
scared.
What was that?
They're scared. And that's a beautiful thing. And we're going to operate with peace. We're going to be peaceful and lawful. That's our stance. That's our standing. And we cannot budge from that. We will not budge from that, because we're righteous beasts. We're patriots and real men and real women.
And I agree with that. My whole thing, and I want to clear this up, okay, when we were marching from Scientology, we actually decided to cut our march short, and due to keep peace and to give CPD kind of a break of not having to do stuff like that. But when we got to the Statehouse, and this happens every year, there happens to be a barricade up. And when we ask them about this barricade, it's always, no, this wasn't for you guys. This wasn't for you guys. So when we get there and the gate's up, the first thing that we think is, okay, there's nothing on this gate that says do not touch. There's nothing on this gate that says do not trespass. There's people walking freely on the state ground, and they did not have them. They had one gate that was zip tied together, and the others were not. So as Americans, you know, we're looking around saying, well, if we stand as far out as they have us on these gates, then by law, their law, we're impeding traffic of walking. when there's all of this space up at the Statehouse. So at that point in time, I will take the blood of, I went up there and talked to the Stadies with Heather. And the first thing I asked them are, what are your terms? What's your guys' terms here? The officer said, I don't know. Me as an American, that's not a good enough answer. If you're an officer of the law that knew we were going to be here 2 weeks ago and you guys have horses and bikes and cars and you have all this police force ready, but yet when we get to the Statehouse, you don't know what the rules are. So when we started walking towards the stairs, there was the yell, you're not allowed to have sticks or flags. So the flags went down. Now, when we got to the top of the stairs, I stood there, I looked down, and you see an officer coming on a beeline. He gets about 2 steps away from me before he said, disperse or be arrested. Next thing you know, his hands are on me. He gives me a violent shove. Now, I don't know what other men in that position would do, but I sure as hell wasn't going to back down to somebody because he has a badge on when he just shoved me for no reason, especially when we were told we could go up there.
I've seen that.
So when we're going down, we're asking, what the hell? What's going on? And of course it's going to, you're messing with, we're not all family by blood, but we're all family from what we're trying to do.
Yes,
and
sir.
To me, it was more of they wanted to entice that. Because there was no other state officers that were coming up to do that. He came up and started shoving, after getting instructions, from what I understand, from a man that didn't want to come out.
It's entrapment. They allowed us to go up so that they could push us away. And it was simple bully tactics 1, and also good cop, bad cop 2. It's all simple fucking ridiculousness. Excuse my tone and all that. The guys who came up to us, you, John Denver, and myself, when we were talking to them and berating them, objurating them, we were speaking to the law and making sense. They were trying to say, well, we're being your friend. Well, if you're my friend, then why don't you go snatch up that dude who made my buddy's wife struggle? So they make no sense in their logic. It's all flawed. When it comes to logic and philosophy, when it comes to law, that is religion, philosophy, and law, it all intertwines. So any law debate can be based upon philosophical tenets, maxims of law, whatever. And it all makes sense. The whole thing that we've talked about in this whole time makes perfect sense. Everyone's nomenon, their logic, their heart, and their mind. It all makes perfect sense. Then we can make it more specific into what's happened in the history of this country.
All right. Yeah. Hey.
And more on to that, when we got pushed back down to the fence and had to go back around the fence, the CPD had actually taken another 3 feet away from us from the sidewalk. So now we're even crowded even more, which that makes some people nervous. Not a lot of people want to be, taken in like that. And not only that, when they want to say, we did this, we did that, you know what? We did the same thing that Americans have been doing for years. It's called civil disobedience. And that is a way that stuff gets done.
Hey, Shane, can you mute your phone because you can hear the beep?
I have been muted, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, there's somebody that has a beep coming through.
But civil disobedience. It's sitting in at a diner in Mississippi. It's sitting in at a bus station. When they kept putting that fence back, we kept on moving it, and we would walk inside and walk back out. It's the fact that, that could have went way different. It could have been to the point where we could have went up there, took some pictures, came down off the steps, and stayed out near the lawn or out in the huge concrete area where we're not bothering anybody. But they would rather make it tense. And we're severely disappointed. I know that I let my frustrations out on the Columbus Police Department because they stood there, and I said, you're going to let him shove me like that? you're going to let him do that stuff to me? The response I got was, it's not our jurisdiction. But looking back at the video, they had no problem bringing their bikes up on state property to corral us off the property. So when they say, well, that's state property, you know, and it was so funny just talking to them simply, like, okay, that's state property. You don't have jurisdiction there. Who does the state belong to? And every one of them, the people. Every one of them told me the people are.
Agreed.
So I want to take this time, too, if anybody's out there. We will be starting an online petition, and I'm going to try to get, you know, a couple people in our group to actually go out, and we're going to get rid of this permit law. This is ridiculous. I mean, the fact that, you know, I may not have paid for that thing to be built, okay? But I do know that some of my tax dollars has done restorations on that building, has helped fix parts of that building, and the fact that when I come there and I want to say what I have to say, all of a sudden now I got to pay $125. That's almost extortion of your First Amendment rights. What if the people that want to come up there don't have $125 or $150? And not to mention, what if they just say no to your permit and you lose your money? It's complete extortion of the system, and we're going to change it.
John, that's the point. Anybody who claims to have authority, they have to prove the authority that they claim to have. So if they are requested or demanded to prove that authority, and they don't have that authority, and we know that, and we come with peace and that standing, and we can formulate all kinds of things. We can do all kinds of things that are peaceful, because we're going to use every aspect of the law to effect remedy. And if that's not done, and if we go all the way to Supreme Court and they prove themselves to be unlawful at every level, that's when we bring in the militia, constitutional authorities on every level, and humans who give a fuck.
Absolutely.
Well, I do think that we touched a lot of people. I've seen a lot of phones out across the street. A lot of people shaking their heads yes. You know, I've seen the eyes of the people like, you know, first of all, it's always like, well, why they got masks on? But that's beyond the point, you know. Why do the Stadies wear gray instead of blue? I mean, we can do that. You can divide it all you want, but all you're doing is helping divide and conquer. When it all comes down to it, we're all bleeding the same color. We all live in the same state. We all live in that city. So why is that city telling us constantly what we can and can't do?
You're talking logically, and they don't like logic.
Hey guys, let me, because we have other people that want to get on here. Mr. Denver, you busted your ass making sure this event was what it needed to be. Want to thank you over the airwaves for all the work that you put in, all the hard work. And you bust your ass regularly with Op Helping Hands as well. And I don't want to let you go before you plug the Op Helping Hands and let everybody know what that's about.
Yeah, I mean, Op Helping Hands, we'll see how that goes on the 21st of November. We encourage everybody to bring donations out. Basically, we just set up out in front of the Statehouse. There's a lot of people that ride the bus that don't have things, that need things. We come out there with clothes, hygiene packs, food. We give out free haircuts. Anything we can do to help people in need. And this 21st at the Statehouse, if you guys want to drop off clothes, it's the winter months. These people are freezing. And if you guys just want to get a hold of us, just go to the Facebook page, Anonymous Columbus. Like the page, tell us, you know, what's going on in the city. Because we can't do anything in the city without the people. If people ain't telling us what's going on, we can't help. So we want to help, and anybody that wants to help with this petition law, please get a hold of me. John Denver, get a hold of me, because it shit's got to stop.
Anonymous Columbus, Ohio, and that is November 21st. What time at the Statehouse?
It usually starts at noon.
All right, noon. That's Op Helping Hands. They have done haircuts for the homeless. They give food, toiletries, all kinds of things to the homeless. And so if you have something to donate, whether it's food or coats for the cold months, whatever it is, you guys can help them out at the Statehouse, ironically, on the 21st. Mr. Denver, is there anything else you want to tell the world?
Yeah. let's make a difference. Well, you know, there was a guy named Aaron Schwartz that everybody told him that the law couldn't be beat, and that was with SOPA. And that guy said, yes, it can, and it will be, and it happened. And he had the people, and that's who we need. Come get a hold of us. Help us get rid of this stupid permanent pass. It's an oppression. It's oppression against your first right. And that right there should just piss you off as an American.
Excellent, sir, man.
And I will get off here and let you guys talk. I'll listen in. And fight the good fight, people. I mean, they can't do this forever.
Yes, sir, you're right.
Excellent, man. Thank you very much, Mr. Denver. That again, the information is Anonymous, Columbus, Ohio. That'll be November 21st at noon at the Statehouse. If you're able to help out our homeless population with, clothes, food, whatever it may be, toiletries, it would be highly beneficial. Really appreciate it.
Hey, we got a lot of clothes. Hey, John, we have a lot of clothes. I'm talking about about 7 or 8 totes full of clothes for kids and adults, winter and summer.
All right, Shane, hold off a second. Let me get other people on here. I apologize, guys. I don't mean to be cutting people short. I got so many people that want to get on here. Mr. K from Cincinnati, are you still with us?
Yes, sir. I'm right here, Jeremy.
All right. You have the floor, sir. This is our independent media, the Awakened Media, and we really appreciate the hell out of the work you guys do. And now the floor is yours.
I'm not really looking for a floor. It's nice listening to different people's opinions and objectives and what they see happening. Finding out that Denver's putting together a petition is vital. Whether I believe that petitions do any good, I look at petitions as voting. People can disagree or agree with me however they choose. But we have to attack this on all angles. Everything from people in the streets, whether that's on the Statehouse property or it's actually off the curb, all the way up to having a meeting that we're planning on having with whoever the CO is, the commanding officer over the Statehouse property at the governor's office. But what we need to realize in this is federal property. This isn't a courthouse. This isn't a small podunk little, we had a problem in a municipality. We are literally going up against the governor's office across the street from the Supreme Court. These troopers that are being dealt with are not there because they've been demoted. They have been highly trained, and troopers are the elite of most law enforcement until you reach the agency. So what they're doing there is protecting what they deem to be the White House of Columbus. So this is a very, very big deal here. And I'm really happy to see so many people, if the proper wording would be, fired up to actually get involved with this and to do something about it. And we need people from all over the country to participate in this, whether they want to show up or show support by making phone calls to let it be known. And I believe Jeremy informed me that there's only 3 states that actually signed in needing a permit to do any type of activity on Statehouse property. And Ohio is one of those 3. So this isn't something that's a blanket statement across the country. So this is something that can be changed. It's unfortunate that the women needed to be brutalized in this fashion to make this happen, but you have to capitalize on what comes up. The more we can push, the more we can plan, the bigger we can make this is going to help us all succeed later on down the road. The key to this, and I want to publicly thank a few people here. I'm not sure that certain names should be let out, but I will say John Denver. Not only thank you for putting the event together, but thank you for standing up and protecting Shane, you as well. And there's a third person that I wasn't given permission to say his name or not said, but thank the 3 of you for stepping in the middle and stopping these troopers from violently attacking and targeting the women that were there. I mean, women left with bruises and bumps and scratches, and Heather had a migraine and her back killed her. So that's pretty consistent with whiplash. And there's a video of her actually being shoved from behind hard enough that her neck snapped backwards, or her head snapped backwards in it. I mean, it was definitely terrible and uncalled for. What people need to realize is just because they're wearing a badge does not mean that they're not human. Everybody talks about how they're people too, but we need to realize that it's just a badge. We need to humanize these police officers, these troopers, these governors, anybody that's in an office of any kind or in an authoritative, quote-unquote, authoritative figures. You do have the right to defend yourself. Very much so. And thank you to those that did do such things. I'm interested to see in the tactics that we can come up with inside of this show and kind of see the comments and the chat threads and whatever people want to say tonight, what they recommend or feel would be the proper approach for this solution. I know me, Jeremy, and Heather's had many hours of conversation as to the steps that we're going to take to go through with this. But like I said before, there's many levels to this. So from petitions to voting to standing to occupying, be prepared. This is going to be civil disobedience. And it needs to be that way. You need to make that point. None of this would have been an issue had they not expected us to pay for our freedom of speech.
Agreed.
We have to pay them for that. There's no reason for that. These people didn't need to be pushed. John didn't need to be slung off the steps. All because they didn't get a fucking paycheck.
For those of you who do not know, Mr. John Denver is also a veteran of the United States Armed Forces. So that wasn't just some anonymous, some guy in a mask that, is part of our society that can be easily squandered. He is a fucking veteran of our forces, people. He is a veteran. I just want people to know that, because it means a hell of a lot to me. Mr. K, anything else? Because I cut you off there. Anything else here?
No, I'm going to just stay and keep listening. There's certain points that people are bringing up that I think are vital to make sure they get reiterated. And it's nice to hear from them and hearing all of these people join together on this. I know we have listeners all the way from Cleveland right now that I've been informed of. They're definitely looking into coming down on the 4th. We know that Chicago has confirmed verbally that they will be coming down for the 4th. We have the Awakened Cincinnatians coming up from Cincinnati on the 4th. I mean, this isn't just calling all locals. This is everybody stepping into something that never should have taken place. And we can't let it slide. The ADD that's in this activist movement is ridiculous at this point. It shouldn't be forgotten after 2 days or 2 weeks. We need to push this, and we need to do this monthly until it changes.
Agreed. I couldn't agree anymore. And I think that the surge of people that watched the videos and couldn't believe what they were watching, it just astounded everyone. Everybody was blown away by it. And we are a big family, and we do care for one another. That's what separates us from a lot of other people, is the fact that we actually do care. And, so they saw their brothers and sisters being mistreated when we had billed Columbus, Ohio as the safe place to go for the Million Mask March. And so everyone kind of knew that was the, don't go to D.C. if you don't want to face confrontation, go to Columbus. And, so that's how we build it. Again, man, thank you for your help with all of this, with organizing and bringing the Awakened Cincinnatians law guy and doing all the work you do with the Awakened media. And, just thank you, man. Thank you for everything you do and sticking with us on this one and helping me with direction and things. I've really, really needed it, and I really appreciate it.
Well, for one thing, you've got my utmost respect, and the majority of the people, especially in the state of Ohio that I've met personally, I highly respect them as well. And definitely expect Awakened Media to be there in force. And we don't back down. We don't stay on the sidewalk. We do not stay on the outer rings. We are right up in it, getting shut at the same time. That is the only way that we can get this shit out and get people to see it. The media sources that stay on the outskirts and don't get into skirmishes with their videos never capture what really happened.
Yep.
It's hard to get in there. You've got to get up against the shield. You have to push through those barricades. You have to let them know that you are going to be held accountable for your actions.
Yep.
So we will definitely be there in force on the 4th, and we will definitely be there prepared to be arrested just as well as the rest of you. And I hope that rings true through everybody, that they can't get you for much. Don't be afraid of them. We're not asking you to fight, but don't be afraid of them to come up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. A big part of this has been empowering people with knowledge, and we got some pretty sharp folks here, man. And one hand complements the other in this way, and You know, Shane has been labeled a sovereign citizen domestic terrorist, and the only thing we've heard the guy talk about is law and peaceful means. I mean, that, you know, that's it. That's the only thing we've heard him talk about.
Pretty loud.
What a chime in real quick. Sovereign citizen is oxymoron. 2 is everyone's born sovereign. They're just manipulated to believe otherwise. Everyone's bound by the laws of their creator, and that stems down into the positive law, which is the written code that governs man. So we're all bound by that, which is our heart and our logic, and that can't be refuted. So we all conscious humans got this shit.
Whatever, terrorist.
Well,
man.
you know, Shane and I have been to quite a few events together at this point, and even the smaller events that we try to take to the streets on, he's been the first person to even jump on an officer after they've tried to mess with myself personally.
Yep.
He was down there in Cincinnati on the 19th when we had a gentleman singled out, targeted, and tased because he decided to flip a cop off. Shane was there for that as well. Shane is a very stand-up guy. I don't care what anybody says about him. I've known him for long enough now. I would have him on my six at any point in time walking through anything.
As would I.
If you see Shane out there, you give that motherfucker a hug because he deserves it. He's there for everybody more than anybody I've ever seen out in the streets.
Love you, brother.
You know that's right.
Absolutely the truth, man. The video shows it. It's all the proof in the world. When you're watching the video, you can see Shane jumping in between the cops and everybody they try to assault, including my wife. And I'm forever indebted for that. She was terrified, as when I play the video, you'll hear in the tone infliction. It was actually too disturbing for some people. They heard it the first time, and then they said that was it. They can't listen to it again.
Well, here's what I got to say to that, is that we all got steam in our engines, and we're all pissed off enough. So you tap into your inner beast, and it's going to be all right, operating within peace.
You're a monster, dude. We love you, man. All right, Mr. K, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate everything, and I think we're going to move on here. We've got the representative from Anonymous in Mount Vernon, Ohio. I know this guy personally. I've rallied with him. He dresses exceptional, and he also speaks with pretty good eloquence, man. He's a well-spoken guy. Mr. Brian Smith, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, I love the fact that you're here. I appreciate you being here. You're a part of this family. And, you know, sitting up there in Mount Vernon, you took the drive, you came down to the Statehouse, and now the floor is yours, sir.
Hang on, Brian. I didn't know you were going to be on the call. I want to give you a formal, open air in the public gratitude, appreciation, thank you. I would definitely shake your hand. You were the other one that I refused to mention when it came to stepping in because I didn't realize you were going to be on the call. So thank you for doing what you did that day.
Hey, man, just doing what anybody else would have done if they were right there, you know? So it's no big deal at all. You know, because fortunately we got to look out for one another in these types of situations. You know, being out in the public, you know, in the public eye when they were looking outside, you know, they were more afraid of what was going on except us. We acknowledged what could have happened, and we was already prepared and mindset to do whatever action needed to be taken. So,
well, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. It's all you.
I don't know, man. I have not spoken anything on social media or anything like that since the 5th. I don't know. I'm so outraged by it. I watched videos over and over and over, and all it's doing is putting fuel in my vehicle, man, to take action upon with everybody else on this. The 4th, I am so ready for this.
Well,
oh, go ahead, sir.
Well, I want people to know that as a person, Brian takes care of a lot of people at home. He's responsible for a lot. He's a working man. He's a father. He cares about his community, and that's why we worked with him in the first place. I know this man personally, and he jumped right in between that cop and Heather Lucas, and we all have it on video, dude. you know, that right there is a testament to your character for an entire nation of your countrymen and countrywomen to see who you are and what you could never be. And you know, we're just honored to have you with us, dude. The work that you do, what you've been part of, and then knowing that you're a good guy and seeing you get treated the way you did, I want you to know it upset a lot of us.
Right. Yeah, you know, I mean, thankfully I wasn't hurt physically, but emotionally, mindset, it was kind of demoralizing because this guy was, 3 times my size, you know? And as immediately, once I was in front of Heather, this guy's like, all right, he's tiny. I'm just going to pick him up and pretty much throw him out, you know? But here I am trying to grab a hold of the gate just to hold my ground, you know? And here he is just pushing out, which, as well, I want to thank Shane. I want to thank John, Mitch Farley, and there was another gentleman out there that was getting right in front of me, you know, because I was ready to get back in the officer's face. Not being violent or nothing, you know, but I was going to voice my opinion upon him. You know, so I want to formally thank you guys for looking out for me as well.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, bro.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's really sad, you know, that these officers think they can take advantage of people as, you know, half their size, you know, women. Come on, man, you know. We wasn't even there violent, like multiple people have said over, you know, over the phone, over the social media, whatever, you know, even phone-to-phone conversations. Everybody is saying the same thing. You know, there was no reason for a violent behavior upon these police officers. You know, all they had to do was probably state, hey, okay, you guys got to get off these steps, time to move on. We would have done it with no problem. Instead, they're push happy, you know? They wanted to get their hands upon something. They figured we were going to push back, and then everything was going to turn into a riot.
A possible result would be for everyone to unify in a physical sense, which is like, say, locking arms in a very tight manner. And anytime that there is a skirmish, say, and there's a threat amongst our brothers and sisters, we can all unify to that area, and we can let them know that we are not threatening to them because of how our actions are. We can also make it very apparent that we got our brothers' best interests at heart, and we can do it in a unified sense.
Absolutely.
We will definitely be having some tactics brought up and brought to the force, and I'm hoping to get a conference call together with some of the stronger ones that do arrive to these and be able to kind of inform people as they come through the day, to let them know that this is what we're going to do when these things happen. So when you're talking about linking up, being strong, standing your ground, that is extremely important.
Yeah, we've discussed a little bit. They have their ridiculous rule of more than 5 people on the lawn. You have to have a permit. So we've discussed getting into groups of 5 and locking arms. We've discussed different things too. So I do want to get into that as well. But Brian Smith, do you do you have anything else for the world here before we move on to the next person?
Well, I'm going to start off in your famous words. Go love something. Go love one another. Because without that love, man, we ain't going to unite. We're just going to be divide and conquer, you know? So symbolizing each other as a different, whatever the media wants us to look like, you know? The rich, the poor, the grungy, the punk rocks, you know? So you got to go show that love, man. And the Ops Helping Hands, that's going to be a prime example of where you can start off at, you know, if needed to be, because you're going to go help a stranger out, and that's going to show a different attitude of your reflection. After that, you're going to want to go start showing some more love, you know, even a simple $1 to someone because they're $1 short, you know, at a restaurant or something, you know, or giving $10 for gas or something, you know, just like, hey, I love you, man, you know. Daily, for a prime example, if I go to Kroger's, I'll buy the cashier a candy bar. Just say, hey, here's something for your break, man. You're doing a good job. Keep at it. So
nice, man.
Just love some people.
Absolutely, dude. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. We want when I was regularly doing my show, I would end it by telling everyone to go love something. So
that's where I got the words from, man.
Yeah. So I appreciate that. You brought that back and reminded me. Thank you again, man. Thank you for your words. Thank you for your encouragement and all that you do with the people in Mount Vernon and the people in Columbus, and just telling everybody to go love stuff, man. That's pretty freaking excellent. To everybody who is listening and paying attention, good Lord, there's a lot of you. Thank you for listening tonight. Thank you for being a part of this. What happened was, so everyone gets an update, the Million Mask March November 5th in Columbus, Ohio was going off really well, going off without a hitch. We get to the Statehouse, and the long and short of it is that after being told we were allowed, these were their guidelines for going up to the steps, they quickly changed their minds without notification and saw fit to put their hands on about every damn single one of us, including our women, but maybe particularly our women. And that's what we're doing here. We have a lot of brothers and sisters, a lot of love around the nation for us, and they saw what happened, and now they want to join us in a reprisal of sorts. So we plan on a multifaceted way of handling this, where we're going to be there in a physical presence. We will also be filing paperwork. We will also, I'm sure that many people are going to be looking into filing lawsuits, whether individually or class action or whatever. We're going to have civil disobedience, and a lot of the goal is to get rid of their ordinance that we've never seen, that they claim exists. At this point, it's myth. That you have to have permission, you have to have a permit, you have to pay over $100 for permission to be on the Statehouse lawn, and you don't have to pay anything to go into the Statehouse and eat lunch with your friends. So we felt like we were entrapped, and our women unfortunately took the brunt of their aggression. And I can promise you, to the Statehouse and DHS, FBI, NSA, all of our alphabet organizations that are undoubtedly listening tonight, there would be no way for you to claim us to be anything other than what we have expressed. We made it impossible, and we did so very easily only by being ourselves. We are your fellow countrymen and women here in the States, and your listening to us means that you have also been exposed to the same exact truths. Regardless of your job, just doing your job, you are just destroying this country, and we will always be a face of opposition to you and to that, but you have every opportunity to join us. There will be a day, many of us are afraid, and as you can tell by the help of Mike K and Shane Aronos and folks like this and the AC Law Guy, they're trying to help us regain our republic through peaceful means, lawful, organizational means. Because we are Americans, we're not a bunch of dumb shits that want to tear everything down. We want our country back, and if we can get it through mass filings and mass demonstrations and civil disobedience, which is one of the finest of American traditions, then those are the means that we will exhaust. And then if, God forbid, we get to a day where we show everyone that you can never find remedy within the confines of this system, then we will react appropriately from there. And the strength that you see in our video at the Statehouse shows the world that two things: not only are we civil people who wish to live peacefully and wish to express ourselves as fellow countrymen and women, as Anons, as people, as human beings. We want our freedom, but not only that, God forbid, if you fucking violate our rights, we are a pit viper waiting to strike. We are not weak people. We are not the people that you saw the famous pictures sitting down being maced. That's not us, and that'll never be us. If you think that's us, you're running into a hornet's nest. So, with that, our next guest, he is one half of Anonymous. Well, he's one major part, at least, of Anonymous Columbus. Did a hell of a job with Mr. Denver putting the organizational pertinence together for the event. Mr. Vandermark, are you with us?
Yes, sir. How's it going?
Man, thank you for waiting so long. I'm long-winded, and we got a lot of people here, so First, let me express gratitude. You're a hell of a guy. You're a very giving person. You bought me a painting one time. That was awesome. You have been a big part of the driving force behind helping the homeless here in Columbus. You deserve praise for that. You always say you never want praise. You always shy away from it because you're a very modest guy. But the fact is you deserve it. You have changed the lives of some of the homeless in our community, and you are forever engraved in their memories and mine as well for doing so. So thank you. Thank you for all of the work that you do. I know that you're also a student and very busy. But thank you for taking time to be here, man. You also were shoved at the event, and we want to hear about that, and the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for having me, and I just do what I need to do at all times, and if that's helping people or standing up for my rights and everybody around me, that's what I'll do. But, I'm not going to highlight too much about what happened on the 5th. I just want to say I'm disgusted at the Ohio State Highway Patrol. The Columbus PD was reasonably, they worked with us at some sort of note. But the Ohio State Highway Patrol was just the definition of just brutal. It's my point of view from the angle, I was on the loudspeaker, I was, with you, we were kind of taking turns through the march, speaking, which was enjoyable. But, once we got on top of the steps, I was telling everybody, we have a right to be here. This is our Statehouse. They can't put up barricades, and, they can't say we can't have flags, because this is America, and our First Amendment right says we can be on American soil and stand up for our rights, our speech, our religion, our press, everything. That's why we were there. And like you said earlier in the show before, a gentleman approached one officer, whispered in his ear, and that officer immediately said that we had to disperse or be arrested. Came up to John, literally threw John down the steps. Luckily, he caught his balance, so John didn't, God forbid, break his neck or whatnot. Pushing, shoving women. There was children there, and the civilians on the sidewalk all stopped and took out their phones because they were disgusted. I mean, people witnessed this happening in America, in downtown Columbus, and it was disgusting, to say the least. Agreed.
I absolutely agree. That's the same sentiment that has been shared, not just tonight, but since the event. We had every reason to believe that we were going to be able to continue the rapport that we have enjoyed with the State Highway Patrol, and that if there was going to be a problem, that it would have been handled in a professional manner, because we're not strangers to them. They've seen you out there doing haircuts for the homeless. They've seen us out there for, I think some of us have been around for 4 years on the November the 5th. I've been out there with militia, with, oh, good Lord. I've been out there with many different numerous organizations, and, they know exactly who we are. So we had every reasonable expectation to safety, and it was absolutely robbed from us. What do you think about organizing for the 21st for this Op Helping Hands, Columbus, Ohio, Statehouse at noon? How are your numbers looking for that? How have they been? And what are your expectations for that?
Right now, I just set it up today, so right now our numbers are pretty slim, but more often than not, we have more donations than volunteers, which I would stress. If you can't come out and volunteer, that is completely fine. I will come out to you if you're in the Columbus area and pick up your donations, and I will bring them out. I'll take pictures and share of people taking your donations specifically, and I'll give them to you. So I encourage people, if you can't volunteer, we all have stuff around the house we don't use, and people could use them. And, if you get in contact with me, my name is Aaron Vandemar. I'm on Anonymous Columbus. just send me a message, and yeah, we can arrange something so I can pick some, any sort of help that you can give. I can work with you.
All right, so that's if you're on the book of facialitis, the old Facebook. Go to Anonymous Columbus, and you'll be able to find Mr. Aaron Vandermark there, and he will help you to help others. Aaron, anything else you want to say, brother, before I move on to the next?
Yeah, I wanted to say a quick couple points for the 4th. I just wanted to say I think the earlier points that we discussed about meeting beforehand and figuring out what we're going to do exactly is very crucial, because I don't want us to get there on an individual basis and not know what we're going to do. I think we need to have a starting point on the sidewalk, discuss, tell everybody what's about to happen, what we're about to do, and at the time of the event, or maybe even an hour after the start time, we walk up with our plan ready for action and numbers.
Agreed. I absolutely agree, and I think we're going to work through some of those pertinents. We'll do that preliminarily tonight and get a feel, and then we'll schedule another conference for us, one that's maybe not so public, and get everybody together and do that. So it's nice to hear everybody's on the same page. So December 4th, it looks like we're going to do it again. We're going to be at the Statehouse, act of civil disobedience, and now we've got our brothers and sisters from, not just from Columbus. Columbus, they've been doing it longer than anybody. We've got Akron, we've got Cincinnati, we've got Cuyahoga Falls, we've got Dayton, we've got Lima, we've got, and then people from Chicago that are coming out, said they will be here. So, Mr. Vandermark, thank you again. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your sacrifices. Thank you for everything you did for the 5th, and we are glad that you did not get hurt, sir.
All right, well, thank you. Thanks, Shane. Thank John. Thank anybody that was on today, and thank all Anons that were at the 5th, and any Anons that plan to come into Helping Hands at the 4th. I appreciate your dedication, your sacrifice. I know it's not easy being an Anon. We do get pushed, we do get ridiculed, but it's a process worth doing, and it needs to be done.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed, man. I think maybe that's why this works. So many of us are able to speak to the common sentiment of all of us, and it makes it easy for us to recognize each other as what we are, and then it becomes even easier to move forward on different projects, ops, whatever it is. So I totally agree. All right, we've got...
And John said, Aaron, you rock.
Nope, you rock, Aaron.
All right, thank you, John. I'll see you guys later.
All right, man, see ya. From the Dayton, Ohio area, who he was also there, this is a brother in Anonymous, Mr. Wade, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Jeremy, how are you?
Man, I'm doing well. I'm doing really good, man. Better than I deserve. I know your wife was on here just a little bit ago, and for those who don't know, Christine Wade is his wife. She is the woman in the wheelchair that was there. Are you still with us?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. All right, yeah, she's still with us too. And you were there. You had to see all of this. You had to see all of this go down with your wife right there, and amongst people that you've been rallying with for a very long time. I know that this wasn't easy for you. I'm glad you made it out more or less unscathed. But give us your take, man. It's the floor is yours, brother.
Yeah. Again, it's I know we went over all this before, and really I'd have to give kudos to the Columbus Police Department. They held themselves in a respectful standard. We had some issues, but like for the most part, they did do what they had to do and keeping it kind of civilized until we got up to the state police. For those who don't know who I am, I do stand way behind everybody. I'm at the very end. That particular day, I was walking our dog, and I'm kind of like the eyes of watching where everything goes on. we made it to the Statehouse, and one of the officers that was staying there just so happened me and him was going through the police academy. He went on to be a state trooper, and he had a more civilized talk and stuff of that nature. When everything went down up there, when y'all went up there and was going to take pictures or what have you and protest or so he had to say, and then everything was going down. I looked at him and said, what was the just cause in doing what they're doing? He had no answer. And the fact that I think it was Brian who got pushed pretty hard when I saw that part of it, I really come down there and scrap with them because there was no justification what they're doing. For those who didn't know, I made the phone call to the captain. Actually, it was supposed to be all the lieutenant, but the captain actually called me back. And I was telling him about what went on. He said, yeah, he's what was going on. And I explained to him, what I was going through the academy. And so one of the things that we were taught as a police officer in the academy is crowd control. And I revert back to the training for crowd control. That when you go to have a crowd or a person removed from such a place, and you give them, warn them that, you need to leave the premises or you'll be arrested. And that was given. But the fact that the part where when the question was arised, what was the charge? You put your hands on somebody, that was wrong. The second thing is you have to come back as an officer, whether you answer or not, that's your business. But the fact is you'll give them warning, hey, you need to move off the premises or you'll be physically removed off the property. That wasn't given. And I referred that to the captain. And he said, yes, you are correct. Well, I said, then they're pursuing the Columbus PD, which, again, that is correct. That is federal state property. And they do have a certain guideline that's go by unless they're called in for mutual aid to assist the state police department. And until they're actually called in, they can't engage in anything because that is not really technically their jurisdiction. So that being said, he said, yes, you're right. He apologized for their actions. He will look further into it. There will be an investigation that will be looked into and handed out. He asked me, what can we do? What do you want us to do? Well, I didn't have an answer to that because I know there's a lot of people that were involved being assaulted, hurt, pregnant lady that was probably, I don't know if she was actually physically harmed. But there's a lot of people asked, and I can't say there's going to be cases put up against you guys as well. But the fact that what we're trying to say, and we're a peaceful group, is that when you engage somebody as an officer, you are there to protect and serve. You're not there to put your hands on people unless it is called for under your rules and regulations. And what you just seen up there in the video, like I was trying to get in the video, there was no cause for that. Nobody was putting their hands on anybody. They were well off to the right of the building. They weren't interfering with the product of the day, people going in and out as freely as they wanted to. We didn't block the entrance. We didn't engage with anybody that may have been working there. Excuse me. So that's when I went on and talked more about what you heard earlier. I am sending a email, and I've already got a hold of the governor. The governor will be aware of this. I think I sent it to you. I think it was back in, and you might correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was April. He signed in the order community policing. He wants to bridge the gap between the community and the police to become better as one. That did not happen, and he's going to probably find out why it wasn't done that way. And there are probably more repercussions because of what happened that wasn't handled the right way. So
yeah, I agree. I think that they understand the position they've put themselves in here, and it's not good.
So he knows he's going to take it personal.
Yeah, well, maybe, and that's fine. We took it very personal when our women were abused.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And that's the point I was trying to make. Why I'm getting a hold of the governor, because you're the one that put it in order for this to happen, and that yet your own state police officers did this. Basically, totally went against what you're asking for. So I think it'll be more of an ongoing situation. think there might be more things that we brought out that hopefully it's going to get we're going to get their attention one way or another.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you calling down there. I appreciate you putting work in post the event and getting a hold of people and making sure that the Statehouse workers understand to expect us. And anything else you want to say before I let you go? Anything you want to say to the world?
Just like we said, we are a big family, and right over here in the States or England or wherever you are listening to this, we are one family, and we are united. Unlike the police departments, they have different rules and different regulations and stuff, but we have one rule that's called love and respect, and we stick to that.
That's absolutely right, brother. I'm telling you, I look forward to marching with you guys again, and we'll see what happens down there on the 4th too.
Okay, we'll be looking forward to seeing you.
All right, man. Take her easy. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that's called in. I appreciate everyone that's been a part of this. We have been going since 6:30, and I know there are people waiting for the KKK screenshots, and I know that there are probably other folks on the phone as well that want to get in here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play the audio. So if you're on the conference call and that's how you're listening, you're not going to be able to hear the live stream with the audio. Just so it may seem weird, it may sound like there's just silence or whatnot. For everybody else, the part that I'm going to play is the part I was talking about earlier. I promised you in the beginning that I would play it, that it does get disturbing at the end there. I'm just going to play the last few minutes, and we've all heard the description of what happened. We've all heard it from various people. Here is the video that my wife shot that, decide for yourself what you think about it.
Oh, yeah, I'll take it.
I butted it out
Thank
forever
you.
ago, and I've been carrying it around. I'm like, it's going to feel sweaty, gross in my hair.
And now that we all don't know each other, can we walk around? Are you the gentleman in charge, good sir? So you tell me I know all these people. You know me to know that I know. I'm saying you can't walk around the State House grounds with a stick. Pursuant to what law? I don't have a stick. Can I walk around? Sure. All right, everybody that doesn't have a stick, let's go. Oh, this stick. This is stick right there. No flag talk. We're going to talk to these gentlemen. I can make we understand that the permit that you want from us is an extortion fee, one, and there's no actual real law.
I have nothing to do with extortion stuff.
But we do.
All I do is enforce the law.
But you enforce corporate policy, good sir. We know that.
No.
Corporate State of Ohio is incorporated.
What I'll do,
tell me
hold on.
Yeah.
I will have Scrab come out here and let them explain it to you.
Well, they can explain all they want. There's nowhere for them to go. They only go in circular logic. So we know that we're victimized labor, and we know that this is our state. You should encourage it. Well, I was done. And I was
But what I'm saying is, we have laws and we have to fight.
We understand that. I'm gonna go over here and hey! Back up off my buddy! No, not cool. Stop me, dude! Stop me, dude! Stop me, dude! Stop!
That is assault! That is assault! What is your badge number? That is assault! Badge number, please! That is assault!
What's your badge number?
Badge number!
What's your badge number? What's your fucking badge number? What's your badge number? You put your hands on like 6 fucking people.
Hand on me, okay?
You assaulted like 6 people. We witnessed it. I'm allowed to record you. I have a right now. Hey, what's your name? What's your name? Keep moving. What's your name?
Kolotsky! Get your fucking hands off of me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Well, there you go. When it's your wife and you hear her strike a tone of fear like that, then you'll get a chance to feel how I do. Then you'll start to understand that the blood in Columbus, Ohio and Central Ohio is boiling. Then you'll start to grasp and understand why it makes your heart beat faster. It's not just a YouTube video. These are my friends. This is my family. That's my wife. So that's the reason. You've heard the explanations, you've heard the descriptions, you've heard people's feelings on it, their thoughts on it, and I want to cut real quick to, is there anybody that's on the phone that wishes to speak that I have not gotten to? Now would be your time.
I'm not sure if anybody can hear me or not.
I can hear you. Who's this?
It's Cameron.
Cameron.
Cambo Karate, brother.
What's up, Cambo?
Yes, sir.
It's one of our brothers out west, ladies and gentlemen. He is a revolutionary, much like the rest of us. He likes mixed martial arts, and he likes to grow really, really good medicinal herb. My brother, how are you this evening?
I am well, sir. I am very well. I'm more than delighted to be a part of your guys' program and listen to everybody and what they had to say, and I've watched the videos. And, you know, when my passion's high, I am more than disappointed. I'm outraged. When I settle myself and I try to just get in the mix of humanity, it's back to disappointment in our law enforcement. You know, in the videos that I watching them target those that were smaller in physical stature sickened me. And, you know, I always try to look to logic and rationality and remove passion, you know, because passion is what I'll keep there to keep me driving, you know, but sometimes you got to tone it down a little bit to try to get to the meat of the matter. You're still with me?
Yeah, I'm listening to every word, brother.
Okay. All right. You know, these police officers on all levels, from the city, county, state, and I've seen the staties, and I couldn't quite see how forceful they were being until I'm not sure if it was Shane or might have been Brian. I don't know you guys over there, but he was being very forceful, man. And one of our guys kind of swung the officer's arm off of him in a fairly violent fashion. And, you know, at that point in time, I start to get worried at the entrapment, how they get us up there, and where we have every right to be. We're there with the intention of peace. We're there with the intention of change, and civil disobedience to them has such a filthy ring that they should really be embodying themselves and supporting. I kind of wish it could be coined a little bit differently, maybe civil proaction reaction. But to take from the importance that civil obedience plays and how long it's been a part of the American spirit, it should never be coined differently. But I was a bit taken back at the chaos that was abundant on both sides. And, you know, where is the line drawn between protesting peacefully and having to be aggressive, physically aggressive, bordering on violence? Would it be wrong to sit so that in our groups of 5 with our hands bound? Would it be wrong for us to sit so that they can't push?
Funny you would bring that up, brother, because that's what we were discussing, was getting into groups of 5 and locking arms and sitting down. So I think we're all connected to the same global consciousness there.
That's great. That's great to hear. You know, it startled me a lot when I got the news that Christine had been assaulted, and then when I heard her voice, I was enraged. And I'm a very passionate fighter, whether I have to fight with my mind or, you know, physically. And to be able to do what you guys do, I would have to literally, and I'm sure you guys do as well, prepare yourself mentally and try to formulate this game plan to bring logic, peace, calm to it. You know, saying we can't bring flags up there, saying that we can't voice our opinions and be where we're allowed to be as American citizens is absolutely corrupt. But, you know, I try to get in everybody's shoes. And, you know, in my neck of the woods, I don't have it like you guys have it. It's different over here. It is increasingly becoming more corrupt and abusive by our law enforcement here.
You don't have to tell us exactly where, but you don't have to tell us. You don't have to tell us exactly where, but where about in the U.S. are you?
I'm in Spokane, Washington.
Okay, just so we have a point of reference for people so they understand where we're talking about.
You betcha, sir. You betcha. But you know, these police officers, this law enforcement, I don't want to take on the role of, well, they're just people and this and that, but they are just people, and even though they're professionals, they are not perfect either. They are getting, a lot of them are getting caught in the middle of their orders versus what the American citizens' rights are legally.
Yeah.
And I watched the one black officer. He had kind of a round face. He was in a couple, I think I seen him in a couple different clips, but he was definitely in the one where he was shoving one of our people violently, and our person was definitely, had a very loud voice. I think it may have been Shane O'Brien. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look. But, you know, he looked like a perfect example of somebody that was also losing their cool. I think he was scared. And once he got in pursuit of anybody, it was a woman to begin with, I believe, he couldn't stop himself. He couldn't regain his professionalism. He couldn't regain a positive mental attitude and de-escalate the situation and just handle it in the way that we expect them to be able to handle things. I was extremely disappointed in it. You know, I have a lot to learn, Jeremy Deeter. You take this opportunity right now to say how much you changed my life. When I first met you, and this is some of the power that I give to social media, because you can either use it for a bunch of BS or you can use it to reach people. And you changed my life. When I met you, my attitude was war is the only answer because there is no other answer. Peace is an absolute facade. But that's not true, and that's not right. And I retracted so much of what has been the core of my patriotism. And you really turned me around, Jerry. You really changed my life. And so I use my passion. I use the empowerment of knowledge and love. And, you know, I get pretty brutal on people because I don't have a lot of patience for the bullshit, quite simply. When I try to wake people up, I have people, you know, really working against that. I lose my patience. But for the most part, I really try to keep peace and love first and foremost in my mind.
That's why you're my brother, man. I'm telling you, that's why right there.
I love you to death, man. I love you to pieces, and it's just, I can't say how much you've changed who I am and helped to make who I am today. But, you know, anyway, that aside, Jeremy, I don't want to say too much. I have enjoyed listening. I listened to Shane and Brian and John, and I believe there was a woman, Christine, in a wheelchair earlier on. And you guys just have so many great things to say. There's so much brilliance amongst our group. I just would really love to try to focus on de-escalating anxiety during these protests. And I you know, I don't want to speak too much because I'm not there with you guys, and I can't even join anything in this neck of the woods. Nobody's doing shit. You know, I went out to protest the M.M.M, and there was about 50 people there at the Spokane City Police Department. You know, I mean, I was proud of those people, but it raised the awareness of the disappointment that I had for the people that weren't there that should have been there.
Well, I think we're pretty blessed out here. We have a lot of active patriots and freedom fighters, and we've been able to capitalize on a lot. And make no mistake, don't sell yourself short. A lot of that comes from the support that we get nationally. You know, the love and the support that folks like yourself show us. You know, it doesn't work without you.
You bet. I know it takes us all, man, and it's going to take us all to get this turned around, get the head cut off this bitch. You know, I spend hours on social media, and I work a lot too, man. I mean, I get so filled up with the evil, man, that I have to search for things to cleanse it and filter it out of me, man, and get back to the core of peace and love.
Boy, isn't that the root of what it is to be anonymous? You face a bunch of darkness a lot. I mean, if not daily, and you always have to find a way to just rise above it and maintain being a normal person at times, and you know, your work self and everything else.
It's daunting. It's absolutely daunting.
Yes, sir. I tell you what, before I have you go, do you have any last words of wisdom for the world?
You know, peace and love, man. You know, the same message that you repeat at the end of your radio shows, go love something. It doesn't get any more powerful than that. You know, I heard a couple guys talking about it. It's infectious. And, you know, just, you know, go act kind, man. Do something kind for somebody.
Hell yeah, brother. I appreciate that. We love your encouragement, man. And, you know, we're glad to get a sense of validation from people around the nation as well, that, you know, for a lot of folks, it may just be a video. You know, it's just another YouTube video. But for us, I mean, this means the world. And when, you know, people from across the nation or across the world tell us, brother, we're seeing the exact same thing that you are, you know, and it gives us a good feeling of validation. It substantiates us. It substantiates why we do what we do. So I appreciate it.
Well, Jeremy, you know, I love you guys, and thank you so much, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Thank you. And for everybody that is unaware of how our network works, we work with everyone. It doesn't matter who you are. You can be a constitutional activist. You can be grandmas for guns. And we're going to work with you. And on that note, we have Op Helping Hands on the 21st in November. And then in Cleveland on the 22nd is the Tamir Rice 1 Year Without Justice event, and we work with them as well. I believe there was also something else. Awakened Cincinnatians are suggesting that we may turn our event into Occupy the Capitol for the 4th and the 5th. And so that's under discussion. Everybody keep your ears low to the ground for that. And then, like I said, 22nd, Cleveland, Ohio, 1 Year Without Justice for Tamir Rice. If you guys can get up there, 1 year.
We'll be up there.
Yeah, I think there's actually going to be quite a few of us heading that way. So.
Yeah, actually, we Awaken Media, we're going to be heading up with a couple people Friday. We've heard of some things going to be happening throughout the entire weekend, and also some things are supposed to be bleeding into that Monday as well.
Okay. All right, excellent. So the Awaken Media will be there, and it looks like some of our local groups will also be there to show them support before they come down to December, to the Statehouse in December here. So we'll go show them some love since they're going to show us some love. And the Awaken Media people, they have to drive all the way from Cincinnati to Cleveland. And if you're not familiar with Ohio's geography, that's a 3.5, 4 hour drive. So those are really dedicated folks, man. All right.
Jeremy, can you still hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to say just one closing thing that, I'm really proud of all of you guys putting all the effort you put in and taking the risks you take, because I know you do it for me just as much as you do it for yourselves and everybody else that can't do it. And, Jeremy, you're doing a great job, man. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Okay, my friend.
Yeah, I didn't go to school for any of this. I was just born a revolutionary, I think, so...
You were born brilliant, sir.
Yeah, I don't know about brilliant, but I can tell you that I understand revolution, and I got a love for people. I do love folks. So
take my word for it, man.
All right, I appreciate it. I'll take your word for it then.
Okay, Jer.
All right, bro. So we're gonna we have a video showing the 55-minute long video here. Before I cut over to the Klan pictures, there's a video I want you guys to see of Cambo was from Spokane, Washington. He was talking a little bit about to the effect of the lack of professionalism that was shown by the officers. And you know what? Hey, Joe Axe, are you still on the line? Do we still have Joe Axe?
I can get him.
Okay, well, he has a live stream going right now as well where he's picked us up, and I want to make sure he gets a chance to plug his live stream again because we're getting ready to release the previously unreleased screenshots from the Op KKK infiltration. So... everybody get ready to take some pictures. Everybody to get ready to snap, screenshot yourself. I'm not able to find the video here offhand, so meh. But there's a video out there where you can see the officer is in my face. I'm asking who is it that put their fucking hands on my wife, and then an officer gets in my face, and one of the other officers has to pull him away from being in my face. As you can guess it, Shane got in between the officer and I, and Shane had nowhere to go because my back was already to the gate. And that was also what Christine Wade was talking about when she said they had trapped us in there. We had nowhere to go there for a few minutes of the chaos. So he's in my face, my back is against the gate, and I told him, put his fucking hands on me, go ahead. And like I said, it looked like something out of a middle school schoolyard. It went beyond a lack of professionalism. So, yeah, so it, and I would have been closer to the gate sooner, and I don't know that anyone even had it on video because I was still up by the steps arguing with a cop, and then he got in my face, and he was so big that my nose was only on his chest. And even I started laughing. I said, dude, I'm 110 pounds. Are you kidding me? And so when you see the video of the other cop in my face, that's actually the second one that got in my face like that, and but it's the only one that we have on video. So that was their tone, their lack of professionalism when if they don't understand the principle behind pillars of society and civil service. If you have put yourself in a position to be in civil service, then you are held to a higher standard within the community. You are what's called a pillar. A pillar holds up and is the foundation of. So, and works with the foundation. So, these are our pillars of our society. They're supposed to be held to that standard for a reason. And when you see him and I mean, look, I'm just a dumbass protester, right? Just a stupid freaking demonstrator. I'm not held to the same standard.
It's in your chat.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm not held to the same standard, obviously, so him, on the other hand, he is. And he obviously failed that obligation. Let me see.
Jared, I totally respect and appreciate what you're saying, but to expect from these people with this day and age is almost more than you can do. I still say hold them accountable.
Yeah, we plan to. The reason why this is such a shock to our system is because we've enjoyed a positive rapport with them. Hence, we brought children and disabled folks, elderly folks, a puppy, a pregnant woman. We never anticipated this. We never anticipated this in a million years. And
Be worse and worse as it goes on, isn't it?
It seems that way. Actually, I have the video up now of the cop in my face. Let me play the audio from this so everyone can hear this.
Perfect.
All right, so here we go.
We're about to see what happens whether they got a bag or not.
Hey! Right there!
You're gonna browbeat me now? You're gonna browbeat me now? That's assault, motherfucker! Put your hands on me! You have it! Keep the cameras on!
That's right.
Who just got told to stand down?
No reason to fucking put the...
So there you go. Yeah, I mean, he's smug. He's acting like a bully.
I didn't get to hear it, Jared. Is that the one you asked if he was going to browbeat you now?
Yeah, it's that one.
Oh, I was fighting mad. See, it's a good thing that I wasn't there. I would literally have to prepare myself to the max against that.
Yeah, well, and you were right. You do have to do mental preparation before you go to these events. You do have to put yourself in a certain place to say that, these cops are, Erickson Harrell, the officer from Florida. His words are, if you're going to approach an officer, do so as if you are approaching a wild animal. And so we are constantly struggling, trying to give them respect as human beings, and also understanding that they have more or less been given a license to kill. And so, you're always walking a fine line, and you do need to prepare yourself mentally. I also want to talk about what we're going to need to bring to the 4th in December. When you go out to a rally, that's different from a demonstration of civil disobedience. So there are certain things that any good protester should bring with them if you're going to go to a demonstration where you could be arrested. I can rest pretty well assured that most of the people listening to this will be studying a ton of law between now and December 4th. But I know that we'll have maybe God, I can't imagine what the numbers will be. Hey, can you mute your phone? I appreciate it, guys. That way we don't get any background noises or anything. So, yeah, that's the video there of the cop getting in my face. And you can see how happy he is here, how smug he is. He didn't like the fact that he didn't see weakness come from me. He didn't like the fact that he didn't see, some kind of where I would bow to him. He found out very quickly that our group is represented by strength, and backing down really just, it's not in our nature, and we didn't go there for that. That's not the reason we were there. We weren't there because we wanted to deal with some ridiculous confrontation that had nothing to do with why we were there. And I think we've more than made that point tonight.
You want Alex?
Mr. Alex Freeman. We would like to have him call in and have him get on the show with us here. And then after Mr. Freeman, we will be releasing the Op KKK pics. A lot of people are ready for these because these KKK members were stupid enough to take pictures of the inside of their homes, give out a personal phone number, show their different organizations and their events and when and where they are, all kinds of stuff. So we'll be releasing those, and I'm hoping we get Alex Freeman on with the fifth column. If you were looking at one of the videos I was playing over and over again, you see Desta, and she has her fifth column shirt on. That's, if you're unfamiliar, that is another arm of our independent media. And the fifth column, I believe, gets 250,000 hits. It's like something a little over 250,000 hits every month or something, or every week or something like that. So yeah, they're known worldwide. They've caught the attention of the Saudi Arabian government. Everyone's pretty, if you're an activist, you're probably familiar with their work. One of their other writers is also a writer for the anti-media, Justin King. And he has taken up a lot of interest in what's gone on here in Columbus. He will also be joining us on the 4th in Columbus. And he would have been here this time, but he went to D.C. because everyone thought the confrontation would be there. And come to find out, Million Mask March in D.C. this year, the cops were sick and tired of looking like a bunch of yahoos on YouTube. So they changed their policy and they calmed down quite a bit. Some of the officers are even reported to have been telling anonymous folks that if they didn't have to be there on work, they would have joined them. And then one of the retired officers did join them, and that video has been circulating everywhere. He's in uniform. He's in his officer's uniform, and he was a veteran of the service, and he put on the Anon mask, and he understood why. So Washington, D.C. ended up being a really joyous time. And then the place that was supposed to be safe, Columbus, Ohio, ended up being a nightmare. To everyone that's called in, I want to say a personal thank you. To everybody that took a part in Columbus on the 5th. I also want to, again, say thank you and my deepest gratitude for everybody's participation and passion. And we're getting Alex on, or is he...
I'm on.
Oh.
There he is.
There he is. Man, you snuck up on me there.
It's just a virtue of being invisible.
Well done, Invisible Man. So tell us, man, we're going to give you the floor. Tell us what you think, feel, believe. You were there. Your wife was there. Your child was there. Your unborn child was there. Your puppy was there.
We're not married.
Okay, well, can I say your old lady, or will she beat me up for that?
She'll probably beat you up for that, too.
Okay. That lady that you like a lot.
How about Twin Flame?
There you go. There you go. Twin Flame. So.
I like that. You can use that one for me, too.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're going to steal that from you guys.
I can't wait until she's pregnant or not pregnant, and back to her typical active self where she feels like herself and is 1,000 times the badass activist that I am. Because quite frankly, I'm tired of the spotlight. She can have it for a while. She's better at all of this than I am anyway.
Well, I tell you, you guys are a dynamic duo for sure, and I think people want to hear what you have to say, man. Everybody knows you were there. Everybody knows that you were witness to what happened, and for all extensive purposes, your family was with you. So, like I said, floor is yours. Tell us what you're thinking and feeling, and where you're at.
My overall thoughts on it were that
I I still can't even really put it into words, because the best analogy that I can give is that there is a generation that came before us that were active and stood up for what they believed in. And many of them have turned around and tried to teach some of the younger generations what they did and why they did it and how they did it. Some listened, some didn't. Some of the younger generations came to it on their own without that generational leadership. And it's gotten to the point where, for me, where I stand, even though there are plenty of people that have been a part of activist movements or even the Anonymous collective much longer than I have, I still look on a lot of the people that were in Columbus or anywhere else across the world and see a lot of younger people coming in without a grasp of where they came from or where the movement came from, without a full knowledge of the history and why we do what we do, why we are actually there and what brought us there, how we got to the strengths that we've amassed at this point. And it's something that just has me stepping back a little bit and saying, not to denigrate or condescend to the younger crowd, but let each generation do its own thing, and let everybody come to what they need to come to on their own and express themselves the way they feel they need to express themselves. If they want to, for whatever reasons they come to it and they fight for something that they believe in, by God, fight for what you fucking believe in. It may not be where I came from or why I'm doing it, but who am I to judge? And so it was very interesting. That observation on Thursday was pretty unique for me, to be able to step back and observe, not as a journalist, not as an activist necessarily, or at least in the middle of it, instigating shit and antagonizing shit, but just watching a new set take the reins and come to figure out what it is that they're doing and why they're doing it, and still having the passion for what they do. Call me an old man, but that's one of the most unique observations I had. A second big observation that I had from Thursday was, in part, I guess I was aware of this because of the research that I did into the laws in the District of Columbia regarding masks, that you can't wear masks if the mask is there to intimidate. And a lot of people find, especially when we are amassed in large numbers, the anonymous mask to be intimidating. That the collective gathered 1 million strong worldwide, or 1 billion strong, or even 200 strong, to be intimidating. And there was a 4-month-old puppy there that the entire city of Columbus fell in love with. And I think that put a much softer touch on our presence and helped spark a lot of conversations with onlookers and passersby that were curious as to what was happening. And the people there were definitely curious. There were reports that office workers were flooding to one side of the building to stare out the window to watch the march go by, and discussing amongst themselves what the march was about and why it was there.
Yep.
And people were asking questions. And hell, we got people talking, we got people watching, we got people listening. That's a win.
Agreed.
Maybe they don't agree with everything, but at least they're trying to find out.
Well, what are your thoughts? Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, that's a win.
Yeah, agreed, and we have the numbers to show it and prove it, and then on top of that, we've been able to partially infect a city while using an adorable puppy dog to enlighten them as to who and what we are. What are your thoughts on? We didn't when in the video you can see there's people on the steps. The cops start shoving people, and even then, the people who were on the steps, you can kind of see their shock and everything. They didn't react violently. They saw that their friends had been lashed out against, and they still didn't go after the cops and try to attack them. What do you think about that and the fact that we have an image that may be to the contrary, but the video evidence shows that we are a peaceful group?
Of all the anticipated potential happenings anywhere in the country or across the world, I don't think that the Columbus event was one that was thought to be particularly over the top or blockish. Ohio is an open carry state. There were a couple of people there that were open carry, but it certainly wasn't an open carry event that was sponsored by the 3% of the militia, and there wasn't that feel amongst those that were there of violent revolution. There was a feel of let's come together as one peacefully. And with the events that have taken place in the past year alone in Columbus, with the interactions in the past year alone with the Columbus Police Department and the Ohio State Highway Patrol that have taken place among the same group of people, I think there was an expectation of the organizers and a lot of people that have been there repeatedly that there was a rapport that was being built, that we knew these people, they knew us. Yes, we know we're being watched. Yes, we know we're expected. But they know that we're not going to do anything, and we know that we're going to be on our best behavior. And as far as the people standing on the steps without moving, without lashing back, there was probably a good 45 seconds, 90 seconds, where even though everyone there saw what was happening and knew what was happening, there was a 404 page not found moment of, why is this happening? Why are they doing this?
Yeah.
Literally, I think the entire collective that was there had a moment of pure dumbfounded, what the hell? Why is this going on now?
I totally agree.
We knew that we had been invited up. We mounted the steps as if we were some sort of group of people that had made their point and succeeded, and give us a photo op, we'll go about our merry way. And it devolved into a police state situation, and one in which I personally believe, based on what I witnessed, involved two separate squads of Ohio State Highway Patrol with two conflicting sets of orders and confusion between those two squads.
Yeah, agreed with that too.
And at the end of it, the group of peaceful protesters took on a couple of forms. And it was based on everyone's individual rules of engagement and how far they were willing to go.
Well, I tell you,
some had personal reasons to get the fuck out of Dodge right then and there for the protection of themselves and theirs. Others stayed and tried to get in the middle to protect their own and calm down those that might be a little bit too antagonistic and too quick to erupt at the event. And there were others that literally took 7, 8, 9, 10 shoves to the back as they were complying before they finally stood around and said, no, fuck you. If you're going to try to keep pushing me as I'm complying and doing what you're demanding me to do, and you're still going to push me, then that's assault. I'm going to turn around and I'm going to defend myself.
Yep. Yep. That's been expressed a few times tonight. We've, oh man, before I let you go here and get onto the Op KKK picks, is there anything else you want to tell the world?
Oh, there are 1,000 things that I want to tell the world.
I thought that might have been the case. Are you able to pick just one or two?
Yeah, I'm not going to do any self-promotion. I'm not going to do any promotion for others or anything else. I'm just going to reiterate something that I have said from the very beginning when I actually started exercising my own right to speak when I was young in this and didn't know what I was doing or why I was doing it. And I'm going to tell everyone that's listening on record that beauty does exist. In spite of all of the ugliness and corruption in the world, there is something worth fighting for. And there is something in each and every one of us that carries that flame, that burns with that passion to stand up and make that fight. Because there's nothing like getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to drive 3 hours to join people that I've never met before, for the most part, and a few that I would go to the mat for. In a horrible Rust Belt polluted town that you can't even drink the water, and be able to look over the factories and see an absolutely immaculate sunrise, and know that there's still beauty in the world, and it's worth fighting for. And it's worth driving 3 hours to stand with a bunch of people that you don't know and a few that you know really, really well and hope to know for a long time to come, to stand up and say, yeah, this is worth it. You're worth it.
Hell yeah, brother. I appreciate it, man. I love rallying with you. I love doing events with you. I love the fact that you're my brother. And, you make us all proud with the work that you do through the different independent media channels. And, we'll be in touch a hell of a lot more before then, but I look forward to seeing you on the 4th.
Well, with any luck, I'll be able to make the trip back here. With any luck, I'll have a trip to make back. I got to get the hell out of the state. I love you guys, but I got to get the hell out of the state.
Yep, that's Ohio. Well done.
But yeah, the only other thing that I will say, and I'll make a liar out of myself, I want to make 2 specific shout-outs. I want to thank John Denver for putting in the work to organize this event. I know there were others that helped, Aaron for one. John was the face of it, and I had a chance to talk with him one-on-one. He put in a lot of effort for this, and it does take a lot of effort to organize an event like this, and I want to thank him for doing it and applaud him for doing it. The second thing is I would like to make another personal thank you to Zach Whitman for stepping up and trying to reunite Ohio and taking the lead on that, if for no other reason than he believes in it. Tons of respect for him for doing so. I appreciate it to no end, and whether I am in Ohio or not, I hope that that John with Anonymous Columbus and Zach with Unite Ohio continue to stay in very close contact with me, because I hope my honorary membership of both organizations continues no matter where I go, because it's an honor to work with both groups.
Excellent. Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to reiterate that it has been and will, I'm sure, continue to be an honor to work with both of them and the organizations they represent. Man, I appreciate you, and I appreciate you and your lady friend's time tonight.
Absolutely. Free Rafe, man.
All right, brother. Love you, man.
Love you too.
All right, so I've played these videos a few times here, and let's get to our pictures, shall we? What I'll do is I'll take a little break here so I can set up the pictures. It is 9:45, about 9:55. Everyone go take a break, go use the restroom, get something to drink, whatever, get some popcorn. We'll come back here in about 5-10 minutes, and we'll look at some of the Op KKK pictures. Get ready to get your cameras out. Appreciate you guys being here. All right, we are back. I didn't take as long as I thought I was going to because I got little Miss Tech Savvy next to me here.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm sure you saw the first one there that I pulled up. So, if you're ready to catalog some KKK members and members of other white supremacy groups, here's the reason as to why we are doing this. We were threatened before our march by the KKK. They said they were to expect them and they were going to take off our masks. One guy was threatened to be shot by sniper fire. They said they were going to come out and do a counter protest, or they were just going to, come out and whoop our ass or whatever. So, everybody knows they're a little bit mad about Op KKK and being exposed again, and even though they didn't show, we want everyone to know that we also stay true to our word. On top of everything else, if we give you our word as an organization, then we plan on doing it. James Fitzgerald, Chris White, Paul Martin. Now, Paul Martin he's a ringleader of some kind. He kind of leads the charge for these nitwits. So we have Mr. Paul Martin, James Fitzgerald, and as we go through these, I'll try to leave them up long enough, but we have a lot to go through, and the show is recorded. So these were taken from a Facebook page. And some of these are going to be incredibly offensive. They are going to absolutely be offensive, and I want you to prepare yourselves for that. All of these names and everything, it all comes from that same deal, that same page that was infiltrated. So, since the anti-white anonymous hackers are claiming they will expose 1,000 KKK members, actually, let me make sure this is coming through right. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Let me resize my page so you guys can get all of it. I don't want to start getting into this and you guys are only able to see parts of the page, so. And we will also be exposing some other groups, not just the Klan, other white supremacy groups that are mentioned. Are also on these screenshots, and I think we have about 50 to go through, so if you're screenshotting, get ready, your clicker finger. Since the and this is from Dave Rogozine, since the anti-white anonymous hackers are claiming they will expose 1,000 KKK members, what we should do is put together a watch list of radical blacks like the one here. Not sure how one thing ties into the other, but that, I suppose, is the logic of some of these people. They are very much hip to Anonymous and knowing about Op KKK. So this is a picture of them trying to keep tabs on us. So there's some names here: Joshua Lee Tibbs, all these people. Little racist meme action there. Shannon Warren says, once you go black, you're not welcome back. These are soft comparatively to what we're about to see. Well, such as this. Now, this person, their name is Gray because by the time the screenshot was taken, they had already been taken out of the group or left the group or whatever. But nonetheless, here's Mr. Monroe's sentiment. And this was on a public page that was set to public. I think somebody went in there and resituated the settings, but anyway. If your name is Kyrie Full Metal Evers, the KKK is targeting you. You have been made a target by them. They have your picture. They screenshotted your Facebook profile, where it says you live, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Paul Martin is the force behind that. If y'all get any, let me know. So there's his words of wisdom. Supposedly Kyrie is a Klan hater, so Kyrie, feel free to reach out to us anytime. We already like you. A little swastika with the chains behind it, and then an Adolf Hitler quote. So that's always precious. The old white powder. There you go with the eagle. And then 1488. If you guys notice, you're going to see 1488 a lot. It's one of their racist things. Another racist meme. And then look, they're laughing, things like this. These are not the best human beings. And I don't know why you assholes would think we wouldn't expose you. I don't know why you would think we wouldn't have screenshots and therefore your information and, this little bit here that we're doing right now. This is nothing. 88 stands for Heil Hitler. Okay. All right. Now we're learning things. Look at this. This is crazy. This is nuts. On the birthday parties I had as a young man, that's what Fred Jones is saying about, look at this, and then there's a kid swinging a bat right here. I told you it was going to be crazy offensive, dude. And then Terrence T. Sellers says, hell yeah. Holy Jesus Christ, dude, are you kidding me? Look, you don't have to be, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to be anything, or you could be a radical whatever, but this is death. This is death. And you have a kid here. It's just... Can't fucking imagine why we would expose you. Can't imagine. This is incredibly graphic, and for that I do apologize. Fred Jones is obviously working with Satan or something evil. Yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory. Their memes or whatever, it's, these are why we did it, was to get the information. And there's the profile pic, looks like him and somebody else standing. They've got trees behind them. There's like a bricked wall here or some kind of rock wall, and they're standing on pavement, and then you can see a house back here. And that's Trey Sheffield. And that's the biggest reason to get these is we need to know who our enemies are, and we need to know who these freaking lunatics are. Look at this. You know what I mean? There's just no regard. These people are just subhuman creatures. Another one from Dave. 14 for the 1488. This is from Watchdog of the Tennessee DCS CPS. White supremacy encryption 14 equals the 14 words we must secure the existence of our people in the future for white children. So that's what the 14 means. Good Lord. That's crazy. Thank you, Watchdog, for telling us that.
And he also verified the...
Oh, and the 88 is HH for Heil Hitler. Okay, so there's...
letter of the alphabet.
Yeah, 8th letter of the alphabet. Their little tricky code there. Yeah, more words of wisdom. Jason Rosen from Wood River, Illinois. Why, hello, sir. You've met your enemies. Can't believe you guys. Here's a burning cross, right? Now, I don't know the fucking history behind burning crosses. I know that the cross is a sacred symbol, and they're burning it, you know what I mean? But maybe they have some freaking twist on it where whatever. I have no idea. Something light of the Savior lives on. Whatever, dude. You people freak me out. Oh, and he showed his face because he's so proud. Now, I do know this. Guy told me years ago that a spider web on the elbow is a white supremacy deal, and then there's the 88. So he tried to disguise it as a pool ball. But there you go. Beautiful new tattoo today, brothers and sisters. And that's from Putnam, Connecticut. More people to have info on. And this looks like a picture of her, because these people are geniuses. Gary Felt, there's his picture as well. So, good information to have. People to keep away from you. Now, Paul Martin, the leader of, I don't know, maybe he's not, but he seemed like it. Me and my proud white family at Stone Mountain. My daughter Tiffany and my little cousin DJ. And he's raising his family to be as racist as he is. And so he brings them in to hug his sweat. Because that's not gross. So, there you go. Family of them. Poor kids. You know, I'm sure they're all hateful and proud of themselves, but I still feel bad for them. Inside of the house of Randy Malerney. You know, just hanging in his house, got some swastikas, you know. And I think a beer, yeah, Budweiser. That's a shocker. That's a shocker. And Rick Garrett, he woke up that morning and said he hates every boom on the planet. There it is. There it is. His words. That was on October 23rd at 11:51 a.m. This guy, Bill Wright, wants to start a shooting race war. I can't imagine why we hate these nut jobs. IKEA. You'll see this. You'll see that some more. One of their insignias from James M.M.M. Again, using the cross. And then look at the meme here, and then this person says, too funny. LMAO. LOL. I mean, less than human, and I know these things are offensive. I know. What are you most offended by? And that's the most important thing right there. What are you most offended by? Me showing you the truth, or the truth that exists? You know what I mean? The fact that these people are alive and think this way and should be exposed. And yes, is it offensive? Is it an offensive act to expose them? Yes, the act of it is offensive. It sucks. You know? And if you've been listening to this show tonight, we've been talking about peace. We've been talking about love. You guys know what we're about. You also know that we will stand and fight. And, KKK, what in the hell are you guys thinking? I mean, just a special bunch of nitwits here, dude. Just a special bunch. Of course we were coming. Of course we were going to expose you. And now your little 1488 and all this, you know, we know who you are. We got your names and your tattoos and all this. Yeah, and look at that guy. Had to leave the group as per the agreement with his wife. Well, who was that? And we got, Tommy Collette, WPWW, good morning, blah, 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 blah.
Mechanical.
What's that?
That's Heather.
Say that, I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, okay, they weren't talking to us. Yeah, they want us to stop protesting because they have Klan meetings to get to. And, so these are definitely our enemy. Here we go, a meme to be offensive to the entire world. You know, can't imagine why everyone hates you, Chad Pascal. Betty Kaiser Sproul likes it. She thinks it's great. Amanda Wade. Scott Jennings. And then look, using this kid, Miles Newton there. Classy. Nothing but class. Good times. This lady is complaining about white cake. And the other one being printed chocolate, instead of being called brown cake. I couldn't make this stuff up. And this is at her workplace. So apparently Veronica Ridgerider Lynn works at some kind of a grocery store, something like that. So if you see her face, you know her name and that she's evil. Congratulations. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be complete without hating Muslims. You gotta hate everything. And I come from a bunch of rednecks and country folk. And you make all of us look bad, you ass clowns. Not all of us are filled with hate. And, I could go on and on and on, but, yeah. Tara Davis. And this is in the Rednecks and Country Folks photo. So Rednecks and Country Folks on Facebook looks like it might be a place to visit. The Militant Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. And then they're asking here, anyone interested in joining, please do so. IKEA. I told you we'd be seeing that again. And then what does this mean? Quad semper, quad ubique, quad omnibus. Yeah, I don't speak Latin. I'm sure they made it some racist shit, though. And Robert M.K. Andrew, thank you for giving us this nugget of information, right? Yeah. You were dumb enough to put it on a public page, and we just freaking love you for it. So now we have information on some of their patches and some of their little sayings that they took because they think if they take Latin sayings, that makes them cool. I'm not sure why. You know, so there's that. Leonard Storms. Yeah, your wife, I think this is the guy who had to leave because his wife wanted him to. Well, she's going to hate you now, buddy. She's not going to like you at all, partner. You are pretty dumb, and we're going to prove it. So, 1488, again, forever. From John Strubble. Oh, Paul Martin, welcome to Leon Bishop. And then he said, white power. Paul Martin. Boy, he just looks like a pile of winter, doesn't he? Oh, yeah, look at this. The hunting license. Look at this. This is crazy. No limits. Shoot as many as you can. I mean, it's just, you know, can't imagine why we would, we don't even want to share a planet with you. They don't understand. They build a legacy of hate for our children to inherit. So then you picture your child or someone you love in your family walking down the street and receiving hate that they don't even deserve. They haven't earned it. You know, you're bequeathing all of our children a bunch of hate because you're too stupid to know any better and unenlightened. It's hard to go through these. It really is. Amanda Wade, again, another target. Bill Wright, Travis Harris, Justin Emanuel. That dude, Travis Harris, looks like a freaking serial killer. And then Justin Manuel has a baby on him. And if I'm not mistaken, Manuel's not a white last name. I mean, it could be. Ish. But I'm just really surprised. Shannon Warren, Northeast Tennessee, and here's a picture of the inside of Shannon's home. So anybody who knows Northeast Tennessee and houses that look like this, it could belong to Shannon Warren's. And she seems quite the hateful lily pad. Okay, Militant Knights, Ku Klux Klan. I'm guessing this is another group of the Klan. I didn't know there's more than one Klan. If you don't know that, there's like a billion freaking clans. I thought there was one, and like you had to be a part of it, and you know, have membership dues. No, it's like you know, you and your friends making a tree house and making a club. I mean, that's basically it. I mean, you just call yourself the Klan, I guess. I don't know, but here's another one. There you go. Rocky Lee Nickel. This is a picture of the flag in their living room. Now, a pit bull, this pit bull picture is also you'll see it on people as a tattoo. They have to earn that in prison with the Aryan Brotherhood or white supremacy or some shit like that. Picayune, Mississippi. Picayune, Mississippi. Doesn't sound like a very big town. So Picayune has some racist folks going on there. Oh God, I can't believe people still dress like this. Can you look at that? Do you see they look like really bad scarecrows or something? And I think it's a UN flag they get ready to burn, or world something flag or whatever, and they burn it. This is actually a video. Let's see here. God Bless America and the Klan, Rebel Brigade Knights. So there we go. More info, more intel from Richard Preston, another winner. Rebel Brigade Knights having a rally Saturday, August 8th in Martinsville, Virginia. the CWK will be there. So CWK something nights, I'm sure. And there they go, burning a flag, dressed up in the garb. Brandon Haley wanted all of us to know that he's in East Texas and racist. So there you go. Thank you, Brandon Haley. Chris White has a meme here. All of these are taken, like the likeness right there, that's actually taken from like early 1900s propaganda. And they do that because it's more offensive, you know. They're very, very meticulous in some of these in the way that they try to be really offensive, you know. It's just, you know, that's who they are, that's what they do, and so now we're here doing what we do. TJ Vandermark is all about sharing Johnny Rebel. That's the way that and Leroy song there, I think. These are songs or videos or movies or something. So, TJ Vandermark. Paul Martin. There he is again. IKEA. I don't know what that... I thought that was a car. IKEA? I don't know. You can be a Kia too. You can be a foreign car as well. Confederate White Knights. Oh, that's what the CW is. Okay, CWK. Oh, look, and they gave us their Gmail. Oh, Confederate White Knights CWK at gmail.com. Hey, Anonymous. Okay, and that'll be the end of that conversation. Thank you. Yeah, one more time. Confederate White Knights CWK at gmail.com. Boy, that's a beautiful little nugget there, Paul Martin. Thank you, buddy. That's nice. Kelly Wardrip thinks that black people don't read. Apparently doesn't pay attention to the people running for the presidency of their own nation, i.e. Ben Carson, who is a doctor. So, I don't know. Maybe just, you know, maybe try another time there, Kelly. You weren't feeling very well that day. Not the best memist. James Whitley was appreciative of the add to the page, and so was John King. And those are their pictures. Those are pictures of them, so it'll be easy to find them on the old Book of Facialitis. Tom Tessini, another racist dude. Terrence T. Sellers.
Will you go back to the picture with the email? I'm going to put that up in the chat.
Go back to the picture with the email.
Tell me what the email is.
Confederate White Knights. And then these are letters CWK at gmail.com.
Confederate, CONFEDERATE.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Oh, I have a feeling they're going to get the boom boom. Rick Garrett believes it's funny to throw rattlesnakes on people because these are the people we want to share a society with. Rick Garrett. That's wonderful. Randy Malerney is in upstate New York. That's what he says right there. New York, not New York. New York. Apparently he believes there's a lot of Jews in New York, and obviously he doesn't like them. And there's his little profile pic there. Ava Sparks believes white women are getting fed up and that there's a white genocide and stop the white genocide and all of this. You know, I'll agree that there may be a genocide coming, but the ruling class, they don't give a shit what color you are, my friends. They're just here to destroy all of us. Nope, white power 14/88 again. They're big into that. Michael Murray, and Michael Higgins with the tattoo. Michael Murray's picture looks like he's sitting on some kind of a rock slab or something, and he's outside. There's a scenic view behind him. Craig Dabbs. He wants to kill some certain... Went to a rebel flag rally yesterday in Reedsville. And this dude cannot freaking spell. Some white bitch posted a pic of it on my page talking. I commented. Few people... He dropped the N-bomb there. Few made comments and threats. So this guy's talking about going out and killing... Right here. Kill. Go kill. Craig Dabbs wants to kill. Just so everybody knows. And then Alan said, hang 'em high. This guy said, amen. Good Lord. This is not something you say amen to. Dude, you are going to be judged for that. Jeffrey Anthony Stewart. That is not something you say amen to. Good Lord. And then everybody's so hateful. Matthew Godfrey. You know, I don't know how these people live their lives this way. I'm sorry. I'll try to go through these quicker. These people drive me insane. Mandy Spruill. Uncle Sam's Misguided Children. That must be another page on the old Book of Facialitis. Sylvester, Georgia is where James Charles Westcott claims. WPWW 1488. Pretty incisive. You know, if you're on the page, they probably assume you know 1488. I mean, I just learned it, but it wouldn't take much. So here's a bunch of people. Michael Murray, Rick Garrett, Amanda Wade, Jerry Feld, Todd Warren, Chris James Cartus, Adam Barnett, Ty Gramlich, Travis Harris, Don Carr. God knows what these people are. 1488 again. 1488. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so talking about hate, I guess. Confederate White Knights, Ku Klux Klan meet and greet and knighting. They're gonna knight people. Time has come for the ghouls of secrecy to enter the invisible empire. Oh, good Lord. I don't want to read that crap. Let's take a picture of it and I'll go on. I don't care what they say. Look at this. Non silba sed anthar. Oh, wait. Quad semper quad you... But that's what it said earlier. So there's the Latin crap again. More Latin stuff. And then down here, this is really hard to decipher, if not impossible. Yeah, I can work on that a little bit. I'll try to work on that later. I don't know what that says, but we should try to... It says National Office something. So I'll work on that, and I'll see what I can do. Welcome to the group, Miss Victoria Lynn. Yes, I would also like to welcome you, Victoria Lynn, to the world of Anonymous, where it's your ass. Should not have threatened us. I mean, honestly, why would you be that dumb? Look, William Daniel Adkins gave his phone number, people. 334-885-6723. Now, for anybody else who is drooling because you know what you can do cross-referencing a phone number, holy crap, how stupid do you have to be? William Daniel Atkins, 334-885-6723. William Daniel Adkins. He gave us everything we could possibly need. Unbelievable. Jason M.K. and William Daniel Adkins' little picture here just is... Man, he's got a white hat. He's got some kind of red cowboy thing happening here. There's like a window or something behind him. Jason M.K., Tyler Schaefer, Jason Rosen, Alexander Edmund with a crazy picture here. Yeah, so there you go. That freaking guy. Look at that. There's phone number and everything. Oh, the actual picture of these guys. They're actual pictures. Holy crap. Just, you know what to do, Anon. Do your thing. Josh Tart with Kevin Kislay Martin. That's K-S-L-A-Y Martin. IKEA, again, the foreign car. White Pride Nationwide.
Kia is the car, IKEA is a furniture company.
Oh.
You're close.
So what the hell is a Kia then? It's some
Here, I'll
fucking
look it up.
retarded ass racist shit. Okay. So one's a car and one's a furniture company, and I kind of mixed them there, but whatever. Jeffrey Anthony Stewart wanted us to know he has a gun with a scope. Robert Williams wanted us to know he also has a gun. And plenty of options. And then Jeffrey Anthony Stewart wanted to show us that he knows how to hold the exact same gun. So, wait, that one might be a little different. It might be. Yeah, that one is different. That one. So he has more than one gun. I can't imagine that guy is compensating for anything, can you? And if I'm going to be pissing off the entire world, I may also want to own a couple of guns. So, letting us know that they are armed will not stop us. So, everybody's got guns. Tommy Slaughter, Yahweh bless y'all. Boy, I tell ya. I don't know. It's called Christian Identity, ADAMIC, and then white people were created in Yahweh's image. Jehovah's Witness says Jehovah, which ain't even a real word. The Jews don't want us to know the sacred name of our Father. That's why they took Yahweh out of the Bible. Oh, good Lord. Whatever, dude. I'm not saying he's right or wrong because I don't know, but again, this is the actual guy, and this is his house, I'm sure. Unless he went over to his buddy's house, set up a flag, a Confederate flag, like by the dude's TV, and then took a picture real fast. I would assume this is his house. So there you go. Oh, another one with his guns. He had to impress himself. And here, I'll put that back so you can get a better look at this guy. Mr. Midlife Crisis over here. Okay, been waiting to get to this one. The Right Voice, Episode 7. The name of it is called The Right Voice. And says so much. In order, conservative corner. Confederate flag issues, SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center attacks. So, therightvoice.net. And this is something everybody's going to want to ping. I mean, check out. Therightvoice.net. Seems to be one of their white supremacy deals. And that was given to us by Miss Emily Sanderson. Thank you, Emily, for exposing more of your resources that we can absolutely pay proper attention to. I know, guys, I know it's running late. I apologize. Here's a video where they have an electric chair and they shock a black guy. And Matthew Godfrey says, shock him good. And when you watch the video, it's Ralph Fred... And then let me spell the last name. DUONNOLO'S. It's his video. And that's Ralph Fred Duonalo's video. Duonalo's. Gary Bearclaw Carlson is the one that shared it. And it is a disturbing video to watch. Now it has over 4.5 million views. It's just bad. And at the end of it, the guy says cut off the camera because the guy in the chair tells the white guy that he's racist. And you see the white guy get mad and he says cut off that video. So I don't even know if this guy is okay. Who knows what else they did to him after shocking him? Look, their little makeshift electric chair is attached directly to the circuit, and he just flips this switch right here, this lever right here, and turns it on, and it shocks the hell out of that guy. And I guess the guy's name is Boot, or that's what they call him. Boot didn't think it was real. So, yeah, I gotta get off of this one. This bothers me. It really bothers me. Edward Campbell, his patch is 15 years old on his hairy back. And looks like it might even say 1488. It's his tattoo on his back. So if you run into a Sasquatch with racist tattoos, it's probably Edward Campbell. It would be that guy. Donald Haney, Haynie, and he also showed us some of his identifying marks, because that's genius. Some whatever thingy here, target symbol. They have a racist target symbol. They're targets. They're telling you they're a target. That's what that is. Look at that. Like, hey, shoot me right here in the arm by my Latin words that I think are cool. And then this one didn't come out very well, but Edward Campbell also has tattoos on his probably very hairy arm. Troll Patrol, aim for the head. And then there's their little racist tattoo. Again, their little target tattoo. Here they take, and I'm just going to say it here because you need to, if it doesn't come through, you need to understand what this says. This is a child with MRDD, probably severe MRDD, and it says, "At least I'm not a nigger" on the shirt. I mean, look at that, dude. I mean, these people, they don't care. They will stoop to every level. There is no level of depravity in which they do not know. You know, when I saw this, I mean, look, Betty Kaiser Sproul, love it. So cute. Holy crap. Her and the devil both feel that way. Like, oh, that's just adorable. Jesus, man. Dude, this one got me. If you can't tell, this one bothered me. This one was given to us by Nick Osmond. And just this one, this is a bad one. This is so it's so low. We have, oh, and a big nugget there. So that is the extent. There's some happy marijuana to end it on to make everybody feel better and cleanse your soul of all of the evil that you just saw. Those are the pictures. If you need a picture, if you need a copy of one of these, let me know. Definitely check out therightvoice.net, their racist programming there, and we'll see about giving them some attention. The dumbass with the phone number that he gave us, William Daniel Atkins at 334-885-6723. You dumb son of a bitch. All of you, each and every one of you that have been showcased here tonight on OpKKK, I want you to know that this is compliments of your friends at Anonymous. You are our bitch. Make no mistake, you will always be our bitch. And it doesn't matter how long you've been around. It doesn't matter who you are and what positions of authority you think you may have, because the fact is most of us don't give any fucks. Most of us have already lost next to everything, and we're not afraid to lose anything else. You want to come after us? Well, where the hell are you? Where the hell were you? Because we were at the Statehouse, and we're here now. We did our part, and this is just a taste of the names that we can expose, the people that we can expose. I can't believe you guys would be so dumb. I love the fact that you are, though. Man, 10:30 on the dot. Look at that. Good Lord, I've been doing this for 4 hours. Man, yeah, so here we are, guys. That's OpKKK. I hope everybody liked the pictures. I hope we got some good information out to everybody, people to be aware of, people to be wary of, people to stay away from. The Activist Liaison Network absolutely loves everybody who was on here tonight, everybody who was mentioned here tonight, and we have a profound respect for all of you, and we're honored to work with all of you and to know you as people and as mothers and fathers and activists. No one can speak on behalf of Anonymous. Everyone knows that. But let me tell you that Anonymous is full of love. And when I got into activism, I found out that what I found quickest was love. I was trying to start a revolution, and then I found family and people who gave a damn about me. So I'm honored to be a part of all of this. I'm honored to be a part of your lives in any small capacity. All of you are my teachers. You keep me balanced, whether it's Heather, Shane, Mike, Aaron, John, Cambo. I steal from all of you. I take from all of you to formulate who the hell I'm going to be when I get out there on a megaphone and I steal your knowledge and I steal your words of wisdom and I share in the feelings of your heart. And I just proud and honored to be a part of all of this. So Awakened Cincinnatians, Anonymous Akron, Ohio, Anonymous Columbus, Ohio, Anonymous Cuyahoga Falls, Alex Freeman with the Fifth Column, and Heather and Mike with Awakened Media, everybody from Italy, everyone from Canada, everyone from England, everybody out west, Spokane, Washington, to California and Oregon listening tonight. We love you guys. We're all in this together, and if any of you feel alone, know that you have a family here of freedom fighters, and we're willing to stand, we're willing to fight, and we don't want war. We really do want peace, but make no mistake, if it comes down to getting our hands dirty, we can do that too. It's where we all come from. To our brothers and sisters in London that were hurt and abused on the 5th, we stand with you. We love you. We're working with you. And if you ever need our help, anything at all, you let us know. Do not hesitate. The people out in Germany, Andrea, everybody else that looks out for us, man, Black Blockers, everybody out there, thank you so much. We're just a little tiny state here in the Big 50, and but we decided to take responsibility for our own. And we took direction from all of you around the world, every single one of you, whether it was in the 60s or in the 90s or in the 2000s. We've taken the best pages out of everybody's playbook and tried to put them together here, and that's why we have what we have. So I think that's it, guys. I think that's the show. 4 hours. I'm so sorry it went so long, but I appreciate everybody that participated and got on here. Look for us in the forums, look for us on Facebook, look for us on activistliaisonnetwork.com. Joe's live stream, look for that. He also has a plugin on Unite Ohio. He runs 24/7, so check him out and be a part of our network and our resources, man. We love it when we get people in, and we need you. It's a fact. We're all sharing the same space. So as many of you have heard before, go love something.
What's up? Let me on the flagpole on the stick. Why is that? Because we made the rule just now. Hold on, what's up with this now, dude? Out of respect. Well, out of respect for what? That is the crab rule. Okay, well, this is the building rules, right? Capitals, wherever you and the advisory board, they can control the ground. I don't care about my question is, are they operating in a lawful? Hold on. Are they operating in a lawful capacity as a de jure government for the people and not for profit? We need that authority. Otherwise, the authority you claim to have is an illusion, which we know is the case. So we would be not doing as patriots if we allowed you to push us, because we know that we hold the line. As long as we're operating peacefully and rationally, there's nothing that you would have to say to us other than talk about the weapon. Really? Yes, sir. All right. You know the law, right? This is what you do. And we're just doing this part-time, is learning the law. This is what you do for a living. Are you aware of these things? I am aware. If you're not breaking the law, you can't be arrested. If I'm not breaking the law, I can't be arrested. You're saying that, right? You know that's a law. Okay. Well, you only get arrested when you're breaking the law. Right. But what's the law versus statute and code and the ordinance and the regulation? These are all private corporate law. We know this. If this is our buddy here, I can't wait to talk to him. This is what we do. We're pretty good at this, you know. And what's up, brother? We're all Americans here, Danny. I love you, dog. I love you too, man. So now that we all don't know each other, can we walk around? Are you the gentleman in charge, good sir? So you tell me I know all these people. You know me to know that I know that you can't walk around the Statehouse grounds with a stick. Pursuant to what law? What is the law, sir? No, you can't walk on state grounds. What about that stick? What about that stick? The stick in your hand. Oh, this stick. This is a stick right there. Right. We're going to talk to this gentleman. Good sir. I can represent this man. I'm in charge. I'm not in charge. I've talked together before. Yeah. You know, if you guys don't have a permit, you can't. You guys can't go up. Here's the thing. But we're all individuals. That the permit that you want from us is an extortion fee, one, and there's no actual real law. I have nothing to do with the extortion stuff. But we do. All I do is enforce the law. But you enforce corporate policy, good sir. We know that. No. Corporate state of Ohio is incorporated.
What
So
I'll do,
tell me what.
hold on.
Yeah.
I will have Scribe come out here and let them explain it to you.
Well, they can explain all they want. There's nowhere for them to go. They only go in circles of logic. So we know that we're victimizing nobody. We know that this is our state. You should encourage us to do this.
My opinion means nothing.
Well, ours does.
And I'm not saying that yours doesn't. But what I'm saying is, we have laws that we have to abide by.
We understand.
But you're obligated to not follow them.
They just laid their hands on Heather and somebody else. John.
Well, you need to watch out with that bike. I am.
I'm trying to report. See, I got a question. Why does he get to go back there?
He does. He's getting pushed.
But why are any of us getting pushed? Can you answer that? Can you answer that, sir? Ignoring me doesn't make it not a question. Why are we Can somebody answer?
Well, if they're having auditory problems, then they're going to be pushed. So I need you to go this way.
I know.
Who's making people move? Who's making people move?
That's a scribe rule.
A scribe rule? What's that? Scribe. What's a scribe rule? Can you tell me what that is? I'm sure he probably told you to go this way. You're part of this group, man. You need to go this way. We're individuals, sir. Where are your media credentials?
I don't have a badge.
Credentials, then you're not a part of media. I need you to go this way, please.
What credentials?
Let's go this way. Please. I really don't want. Go ahead.
What do I need to do?
You want to file a complaint. They are the ones that tell us who you guys are not allowed to come here.
Tells us who to go to then.
Scribe, that's who you will contact.
What's that mean?
Capitol Square Review and Advisory Board. They're the ones that say you have to have a permit. Yes, it is. Where do you live? Where do you live right now? Where do you live?
I live in Columbus.
Okay, you have a home, right?
Yes.
Now, if I came to your home and was...
This is our home.
Listen to me. You're not listening to me.
The only thing
I know it's your home. Okay, bud. I got some stuff going on over here.
Well, I don't want to. It's not a drag problem.
It is a problem. You see people that are pushing because you guys aren't allowed to ask.
We're allowed to be here.
But you also violated that by...
I didn't, so please don't say me. I'm here.
You are a representation of your people.
Are you a representation of anybody? I'm an individual.
Okay, you're an individual, and I'm telling you to go over there because
make me go too.
He is with Channel 10. He's allowed to.
I'm in media channel 2. I'm on live right now. It's called Deeter Media.
I'm leaving too. Oh, there you go. There you go. Thank you.
You guys want to be peaceful? You want us to fucking not turn the fucking knob the road? Then you're going to let them fucking push us around?
Here's the thing. Okay. He's leaving, so you have to leave too. Okay. I was trying to get Can you tell me? You answer a question about the credentials that are everything we've done. But you have to realize we have this data for a reason. Damn it. Okay? I don't give a shit. You know how they do it. You have to put your hands on a woman. She's bringing it up. When I bring it up now.
She needs to see it.
Do you have some information
for a reason.
Oh, no, I you understand what you're talking about right now? I don't care about you kill a shit. You know what? I want to make sure she's all right.
Yeah, can we come in there? Can we come in there?
I just panic and anxiety. I just need to feel
Y'all got people out here getting hurt.
This is one day.
Yeah, can I have her sit down? Can I have her sit down? All right, here, have a seat. Just go.
I'm trying to make sure she's living and okay. I don't give a damn about what you have right now. She is my concern right now, okay? So shut your mouth before you go to jail. She is my concern right now, okay? I don't care what you think right now.
wants me here.
I'm sorry.
These are my family.
She wants me here. Okay, but if I could get
Listen to me. I'm her husband. She's shepherd, and it's become potassium deficiency and possible multiple sclerosis. What I need you to do is see if there's somebody in there that can get some kind of food with potassium, whether it's a banana or something.
I can get a squad here. That's the best I can do. I don't. There is no one in there that I can just say, I need banana. Okay. If you want, I will call you a squad.
That's over 55 years old.
Let me help you. Just
Okay.
Will you keep in contact with me because...
Yeah, I'm going to be right here until all this is done.
there'll be times when
This is the guy right there. He's the one that I was trying to tell you. If you can tell not had to be quiet for a second so I can talk to you. Well, I don't want to be coming across like I'm screaming at you, but I'm trying to talk over you.
We've been screaming that by officers.
We did that. He's the one that makes the rule. There are no rules that say you have more than so many people in your group. Now, I'm not a mathematician. Hell, I graduated from Whitehall, so this is the job I do. I'm not very educated, okay? But I can tell that there's more than 5 people here, and you are all together. Would you not?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay, so with this being more than 5 folks here, you have to have a permit, okay? Without that permit, you're not allowed on the grounds. That is why these gates are up. When you break through these gates, it's not specifically... Can I finish? Now, when you break these gates, when this place has said you have to have a permit to be here, this wouldn't be just for you guys, but any group that came down that had more than 5 people that don't have a permit, have sticks and all that stuff, we're going to put this up, okay? So when you guys break through this, now that's...
We need that to take you seriously anyway.
We need it right now. You guys never Hey, you feel good, man, handling the girl, by the way?
If you want to come around,
how'd that make you feel, buddy?
You can actually get in the building and come over right here.
Don't talk. John, you're done. I'm not doing anything with you. And we don't have to listen to you. You have no authority. You have no authority, you know it. You have no authority, you know it. Hey, keep it cool, goddamn. Hey, guys! Shut up. Hey! Keep it cool. I'm sorry.
You're in, man.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
That's it.
Yes, kid.
Touch your wife,
That's beautiful. I'm waiting for it to dry, man.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
He's got more than fucking
I have to adjust it.
Yeah.
Can you answer a question about this so-called media credential?
Where's the camera out here?
He won't answer. They're claiming you need credentials.
This says the tablet.
I'm not with the group. I'm streaming live. I'm like a reporter.
I know. I had to hold him down.
I don't know. He's allowed to touch us. We aren't allowed to touch you, all right?
I don't want to tell you that. I'm just actually trying to find out who they are when they tell us to get these things. There's no...
Hey, I hope you guys don't have any dirt in your fucking closets. I'm telling you that much. But you think Nazis take that head and get their information with easy?
I'm talking about me and a couple other people that are streaming live or recording for Well, I understand that. I'm asking about the media credentials that he's asking me for. He's asking for credentials. There's no such thing as media credentials. There's a card that your company might make for you, but there's no...
I don't know what he's talking about.
He kind of injured that girl, so I'm not asking you anything else because you got all the relations with me.
I'm just trying to be...
And thank you for being nice.
I hope you're talking to
If you all were like you, we'd be alright.
If we put our hands on you, we'd be in fucking jail. That's not fucking fair. We didn't touch you. What the fuck is
Yes, it is.
I do like that show, but it's
Yeah. That big that's part 2. And there's a lot of truth in it. Just Americans out here, that's all.
Rocky, we got you, buddy.
Now, hey, one more thing.
The side's open. So why couldn't some? I mean, you could just walk inside. I don't get that.
I didn't even know this was coming on today, but they had these up for a reason.
Yeah, they're all scared. It's going on around the whole world. Thanks for being nice, though.
Keep it strong.
See?
Keep it strong.
That's a good one right there.
Keep it strong. Keep it strong.
Yeah, we're gonna stick around. It's good to see you, bro. Give me a call. Hit me up on Facebook.
You have medication that you
Yeah, I do.
Where are they going?
This is what the police state looks like. When you have this many cops hurting the people of this country, violently preventing them from access to their statehouse. This is a police state. This is fascism. This is not freedom. And your vote will not change a goddamn thing. If you want change, then give it over to a leader that is fighting for you when you serve. We are here standing up for all of you, whether you have a badge or not. This is your freedom and ours at stake. This is my unborn daughter's freedom. I will not let her be born a slave. Where'd you get that megaphone? I want a megaphone. Maybe I can.
Then I lost you.
Did you get that? It seems like media, and you said you were media. You always get you guys always get the crap. You know,
I'm just
when we're in
asking
action.
where
But
to
you
get
didn't
these.
see the handshake. You didn't record that.
I didn't.
So I'm not a part of the media.
But you
I
got
suggest probably doing that every once in a while to show.
I certainly would if I saw it. I certainly would if I saw it.
It out as
Controller White. I am a member of the media, and I will be talking about this. So you don't have to antagonize
This is on live. I'm on
not
live.
antagonizing him. I'm just trying to let him know that, you know, at first, you don't even know what our earlier conversations were. But I was just letting him know, she shook my hand. I'm not the enemy here.
I think I did with her.
Is do what, you know, I have to abide by the rules. Just like
You have to follow orders.
If this gentleman right here in the suit came up and just started beating the snot out of her, wouldn't you want me to come and protect her?
I wouldn't wait on you. I would do it myself.
Okay. What I'm saying is, I have a job.
Okay, fair enough. Hold on. Fair enough.
Oh my God, a state trooper shaking a part of the anonymous hands. Thank you very much.
I get your point.
We're just here to do a job.
That was on live too.
I'm sorry.
You're here to follow orders.
Right. And
What about the spirit of the law?
Just like if I came to your house and I wanted to put up stuff that you guys didn't approve of, and your little rules are public. Your house is also public. But you also have rules.
No, my house is
I don't come up and take pictures of your house.
of the outside of my house.
Exactly.
Which is how different from
But you can't go stand in my yard and
But
stuff.
you can't come in here because you have more than 5 people, because that is a rule that they
This
have.
is not a public building. This is a corporate
It
building.
is a public building. I'm pretty certain if you and, I'm sorry if this is not your wife, but if you and your lady friend here decide to come in and take a look at the Statehouse, you're allowed to do that. You can't bring the dog in because that is a rule that they have. You know, I love dogs just as much as the next guy, probably more. But it's a rule. It's a rule that you can't have dogs in there. So I have to abide by that. Just like
There's a level of respect.
just like
Do you agree
right,
that under the spirit of the
there
law,
has to be a level of respect.
Yes.
And with that
Under the
being
spirit
said,
of the law.
when we put these up for a reason, there has to be respect. When this is open and you guys, right, because you're a group, you're more than 5 people.
But couldn't they just walk around the side? The sides
You're
are
allowed to
open.
walk around the sidewalk. Yeah.
No, I mean the side walkways that go right there. They're open.
Because you're more than 5 folks.
But you keep saying I'm not with anybody. I'm not.
You're allowed to come in. But when you bring him,
I'm not bringing anybody though. I'm
and
just
other
like
people,
standing here
then you're
recording
not allowed to
everybody.
do that.
Well, the signs, stuff like that.
But that's freedom of speech.
They're not allowed. I mean, that's one of the rules for the building. It's not allowed. I don't make it up.
I understand, but do you see the hypocrisy? This is America. But that doesn't make it okay.
There's rules and policies that we have to follow.
It doesn't make it okay though.
I just ain't made it okay, but I ain't saying.
And Martin Luther King said something about following unjust law.
I remember Martin Luther King, and let me tell you something. He even followed rules, and he understood rules and policy. Oh yeah.
He did tons of civil disobedience.
All right. All right. Yes, sir.
You're going to tell me he didn't do any civil disobedience?
Yes, sir. He's one of the most arrested men in America, too. I know that, too.
And that was wrong.
I know your level,
sir, but
but
just like anybody
policies, too.
you were upset. Okay.
But
Yeah, he did.
he
so-
didn't follow them all.
Yeah, well, everybody don't follow them all.
But that's not a reason.
Come on, tell the truth now. You in America follows all
That's a logical fallacy when you're saying that. That's not a
Well, that's
reason.
logical. That means nobody follows rules and policies. Give you some other guy. That's one of the rules and policy of the city. How many people follow that? Come on now. We can play ticket.
I understand that, but you're comparing apples to oranges at that
that's
point.
what you're doing too.
No, I'm not. Freedom of speech, guys. Can you give me any enlightenment on these credentials you're asking me for? They don't tell me where to get any kind of media credentials.
At that point, you shut it, bro.
I got it all. Motherfuckers touched me.